plus Lita.com.
23 Nissan Altima, 17,416. Dime down, $280 a month, 72 months at 5% APR, plus tax, tag, title to qualified buyers.
Tonight, skip the ordinary and head to Popeye's Chop House in St. Rose, Illinois. From hand-cut steaks and fresh seafood to stacked sandwiches and classic American favorites, Popeye's Chop House serves it all in a warm, rustic atmosphere that feels like home. And Popeye's Chop House has catering options to make any special event unforgettable with great food and great service. Find out more at popeyeschophouse.com. Popeye's Chop House in St. Rose, Illinois, another proud Kuna Foods partner.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Welcome to our healthcare evolution 7 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons this week. And we welcome you to get involved on the program by texting into the Air Comfort Service text inbox 314-399-9646, by calling in. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101, and then talking it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat where Jake Reynolds, Martin, says, "Morning, boys." How nice is that? You open up the YouTube chat window and they say, "Morning, boys."
Is there a ... after that?
Nope, just morning, boys. Just a friendly, how do you do? It's a new week. Jackson's updating text names for the next few days. And people are fired up for a big night of World Cup soccer.
That morning boys reminds me of being in the field somewhere and it's like, Kilcoyne. And then you turn around to him and then they go, "You suck." And, "Thank you. Thanks for alerting me to that." Now, I notice when Papers has to do the name updating, it always seems to be when we're a little shorthanded, doesn't it? Because you'll say, "I'm doing my best here, running the board, changing names, spitting hot takes."
Right.
In that order.
That's exactly right.
Order.
I think that's just a coincidence over the last month or two. But I appreciate you recognizing my plight.
There's not a lot of spots left open. Get in while you can. We're about out of room.
Yeah, right. Capacity.
I haven't seen this video. I'm not as involved in social media as Jackson is. God, what do you have? You had so many posts this weekend from the lake.
Yeah. Just takes aplenty. Yeah.
I saw the video of Libby Jack outside waving a Chinese flag during the 4th of July fireworks. That's Eric in the Central West End. Martin, did you see that? Did you run that on Sports Final?
That sounds like bad reporting, but we do like to have all points of view. Hey, the U.S. is riding high and America is feeling it. However, some, not so much. And then we just go to the video and then we say, text in with your thoughts.
Right. No, listen, Eric in the Central West End has caught me red-handed.
Literally.
Pun intended. Yeah.
Well played. Usually Doug handles the Lifetime Roofing lead, but Martin, this week you are going to be charged with it, and you're going to be put to the test here today because the Cardinals get 2 of 3 in Chicago, and then the Matthew Liberatore experience returned yesterday in the 6th inning. Following the Jordan Walker 3-run home run. The one thing you wanted to see with the very next hitter is Liberatore walk him when they get to the bottom of the inning, and he did it. He was able to do that. And then maybe Jose Fermin, is Blaze Jordan, I guess, is out. I don't know.
Yeah, what happened? I was actually thinking at work last night.
Well, he had 3 hits on Friday, didn't start on Saturday, didn't start on Sunday, and then he throws it around. Jordan Walker also had some questionable decisions, one that didn't penalize him, one that did later in the game. So you got that. And then you got tonight, brother, in Seattle, the United States of America going up against Belgium. And now What Up Flo is back in the mix. The question for you is, Dustin McClendon gives Doug the charge of the Lifetime Roofing lead. Today you have the honor of the Lifetime Roofing lead decision.
I like how Doug stresses over it.
Yes.
Well, I understand you could talk about this. And you're like, just give me the lead. And he usually says, it's our hometown baseball Cardinals. And he just sounds like your grandfather drinking lemonade. How are the local ball players doing? To me, the lead is the U.S. of A. Papers, don't be offended.
Jackson, do you agree with Martin's decision?
The Balogun
And all
yeah.
World Cup adjacent, but
100%.
Balogun's playing the U.S. tonight.
Over the Cardinals and Cubs in St. Louis, Missouri, where Zed played, and they timed out the fireworks perfectly during clarity. Could you believe that, Jackson? Were you rolling balls when that happened?
You know it. But maybe if the series, and maybe this is dumb, maybe if the series was in St. Louis and not in Chicago, it would have been maybe. No, I still don't think it's the lead.
You always advance the story, son. Ball was yesterday. Tonight, U.S. plays. We like to advance the story, and it's really our job, Tim, all day to get them ready for this match.
Had it just been the game tonight, maybe the Cardinals are the lead, but because of the Balogun decision, then I think that shifts it to the lead.
Martin, are you in lockstep with your boy Papes?
Yeah, I think even if that had not happened, I'd probably be pushing towards U.S. Belgium because a chance on home soil to get to the quarterfinals that would have been big enough. And then you roll in that decision, which now the Belgian coach has got jokes. He started by saying, it's the 5th of July. I thought it was April 1st.
Yeah, Papers, were you able to find that audio?
Sure.
Jackson and I was hitting him with 5 a.m. text this morning. Here is the head coach of Belgium.
Rudy Garcia.
Yeah. He doesn't speak English, so it's
I
translated.
noticed that on Fox, and they didn't do... They just put his face and just put the words under. It was awkward looking.
This is translated by a woman. I don't know her name, but
Sue.
sure.
I didn't know that FIFA World Cup, the 5th of July is now 1st April, and that it's April Fool's then. It is new news to me. Going back to the Belgian statement that they have released, a lot of our thoughts and opinions are in the release. We're not defending the national team or the federation. We are defending football, whether it's ethic or integrity. It's the first time in the World Cup history that such a decision is taken. I am a head coach. I will focus on my team on tomorrow's game, regardless of the 11 starting players from the US. I will focus on my team, the pitch tomorrow, and for us to get the victory so we can reach the quarterfinals.
I have to say, I could have sworn he also did the press conference in English, but perhaps I'm wrong on that. Neither here nor there. I don't know. But maybe it was like one of those kung fu movies where they dubbed over the audio.
That's what Fox looked like. There was a male voice, and I said to my producer, is he talking or is that somebody else's voice? It was really weird.
I saw him sitting at a podium talking. I apologize. I sent you on a fool's errand. If he doesn't speak English, I don't know. But I heard a male voice, and I could have sworn it was him talking. Either way, for those who that might have been difficult to understand since you had two different voices going, he said, is this April Fool's Day? He was stunned by it. Now, overnight, we have a development. I don't know why this happened overnight, especially considering the game is in Seattle. So, you're talking about 5 a.m. out there, and this was updated by The Athletic at 3:56 a.m. Belgium has been granted the right to appeal against FIFA's decision to suspend the one game handed to Flo Balogun less than 24 hours out from the team's round of 16 game against the United States. So now Belgium can appeal the decision. So after the United States got him back in, now Belgium, per The Athletic, is going to appeal the Flo Balogun getting back into the lineup tonight for the United States. Oh, we've got ourselves a little WWE.
I was just going to say, this feels like pro wrestling. You get to appeal. No, you get to appeal. It's taking away the way they officiate the games, and I am not a soccer aficionado, but we saw the game last night. The English player gets a red card, and there's no call on the field. That's what always throws me off. There's no call on the field. They go look at it, oh, that's a red card. You're gone. And they can debate whether it is or isn't. I don't understand their process.
Sources briefed on the matter, speaking anonymously to protect relationships, have now told The Athletic the Federation has now formally written to FIFA to appeal the matter, and the right to appeal has been granted. Both U.S. Soccer and the Belgium Federation were asked to make submissions by 5 a.m. Pacific. So literally, they had to do it 10 minutes ago, which has exasperated the Belgians, who have not received the decision by FIFA to review, as it is not made public. The Royal Belgian Football Association said in a statement the move was, quote, in direct contradiction of the competition regulations, and said it is exploring all potential options. So the United States and Belgium had to get this to FIFA by 5 a.m. Pacific. So again, 9 minutes ago, this played out overnight. Belgium now appealing that Flo Balogun will be playing tonight.
Hopefully they'll be weary once the match arrives with all of this paperwork. I think at some point, the way Balogun addressed it over the week when he said, hey, listen, it's just what you do. You take your punishment. He took it very well. I think if you're Belgium, the coach comes out and makes a few cracks. You know, what is this? April Fools? Even though through the translator it didn't really land. I think then you move on. I just don't. I think at some point it's like the Berube hand pass. Hey, you got to focus on what's next. You got to. Anyway, but it's not helping the critics of soccer that this is playing out because it's looking like a charade.
If Belgium wins this appeal, can the United States appeal that appeal? Thanks. That's from MD 2020. Martin, do you have the regulations? This is Article 27. Article 27.
Yeah, not as familiar with Article 27 as I'd like to be. FIFA referenced that yesterday.
Right.
So the red card also, the language doesn't help either. He's been his ban was suspended.
Right.
Does that help you?
His one-game ban has been suspended.
So he's suspended, so he gets to play.
So theoretically, yeah, if they were to
the
move
ruling
on,
was suspended.
He could be somehow out for the quarterfinal game for a foul that happened 2 games prior.
It's definitely making for some
silly
mockery of the sport. But I do think if you're upset, hey, that's not how the rules work. We should all be playing by the same rules. What exactly are the rules? And it was pointed out that Ronaldo had some sort of ban going into the World Cup where he was not scheduled to play, and FIFA did lift that. People have argued, well, that's different. This is once the tournament began. I don't know.
OMG, soccer is so dumb. That's Eric in the Central West End. Warson Woods Wacko, hey, Belgium, quit acting like LeBron. Show up and
dragged into this.
Show up and play tonight. And while you're at it, why don't you pay your fair share of the NATO dues? We are tired of carrying you and the rest of the lazy Europeans. Just play, you clowns. That's from the Warson Woods Wacko, and he's not happy with Belgium or their pay structure at NATO.
FIFA is certainly silly. I mean, the timing of this makes no sense.
Well, and they waited days
so
and days,
long.
and for either side, the assumption is he's not playing.
Right. And so Belgium preps one way. They get the decision. Obviously I'm on board with the decision. I think is the right decision. It's just the timing of it. And then I think people are right to criticize, what are
your rules?
This
what
is
is
the
your
host
process?
country, and their player gets this. Can we now appeal any red card? Can England appeal their red card or get that red card flipped around, even though that seemed more egregious than Balogun's tackle? It's all silly. It's all very silly.
Has King Charles weighed in on that red card that took place in Azteca?
I don't know.
Stadium Azteca.
I don't know. What an atmosphere last night.
What a game.
Yeah, that was awesome.
Yeah, it kind of sucks. It started an hour late, but it's fine.
The analysts, with their various reactions to the ruling by FIFA, here is fresh off of a win, the head coach of Norway. Martin, we've got reaction from all over the place.
I was hoping that papers. I woke up this morning and thought, are we going to hear from the Norway coach? They beat Brazil.
They sure
should
did.
be riding high.
Well, they got thoughts on Balogun.
So it's a bad decision. I have to be honest, and I think that's a big mistake by FIFA. What about the next red card? What happens then? Is there going to be some committee somewhere that is going to take that card away? So it's a bad decision that will hurt the World Cup. And I feel also sorry for the United States, because if they win, it will always be that will hang in the balance. So it not good for the sport, bad decision by FIFA.
Go. So Norway's reaction following beating Brazil, he wasn't on board. Here's what Landon Donovan had to say.
It's not for me to judge whether I like it or don't like it. Obviously, in this case, I love it. In the end, they got the decision right. Flo should have never been sent off. You never want to send off a player, especially when they have a chance to play in a round of 16 in their home country. So in the end, they got it right. You don't have to like it. You cannot say it's unprecedented because this has happened before. Go search Cristiano Ronaldo's red card in qualifying before the World Cup, and you'll see. So the great news is Flo is back. I think justice was done, and let's go. Can't wait for tomorrow.
All right, so there is the American perspective on it. Then you have the ITV Sport panel, which includes the legendary Roy Keane, Gary Nebel, and Ian Wright. This is their reaction. Martin, again, this would be more European-centric.
So they've not overturned the red card, but they've suspended the ban. And the problem is because it's a USA player, in a vacuum, Roy, speculation grows. That's the reality of this situation.
Yes, it seems unfair because it is unfair.
On Belgium?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Obviously, you've got to look at the opposition team in terms of their preparation, and it seems like a bit of a pals act, shall we say, going on.
Yeah, because Belgium have been planning for the last 4 days to play against a certain American attack, and now it's completely different.
Mark, it absolutely stinks, let's be really clear. But what I would say is the thing that stinks the most is there should be a review process in place, because I actually didn't think it was a red card, and I think there should be a process which allows it to be overturned. But if there's no process for it to be overturned, and then somehow FIFA from nowhere have just decided to basically let a player play, and the rules are the same for everybody, I would be absolutely raging if I was Belgium and every other team in the tournament that's had a player sent off that might think it's a little bit hard done to. And do you know something, Mark? Are we surprised? No. Not with this lot.
No. You look at it. Well, suspensions are meant to be served during the tournament. You know what I mean? And this one, like, it's been suspended. It doesn't normally happen. But we're talking about integrity. People talking about transparency. But you look at some of the things that's happened in this tournament with certain teams. You know, it's shameful how things can happen, especially it's an American player. Whether he's guilty of what he's done, whether we think he shouldn't have got it or not, some of the things that's happened in this World Cup have been shameful.
I'm going to need to know more because things that have happened shameful. U.S.-centric, is he saying? Or just in general?
Should we get Ian Wright on?
Yes, let's get Ian Wright
available? I don't see why not.
I wouldn't mind. Somebody call it a PALS Act. And then you have the report. Trump called the FIFA president directly. And then one of the guys on the panel said this lot. FIFA does operate in a bit of secrecy. And I would say that their resume leads to some questionable decision. How they arrive. By the way, that FIFA president, can you picture him in your head? The bald gentleman from Switzerland, I believe. How old do you think he is?
In his early 60s.
56.
Okay.
I was shocked. I was reading up on him last night.
Yeah.
But a PALS Act. I feel really bad for Balogun. What if he scores 2 goals tonight and they win? Everybody will say, yeah, do you feel bad? You're right. I mean, it just...
pish-posh.
Well, I know, but it sucks for him.
Yeah.
Like the Norwegian coach said, for the U.S., if they win, it'll be tainted. Well, what? You're going to have that going on forever. I do hate that aspect.
Euro tears.
Euro tears?
Move right on.
Wow, is that name taken?
The U.S. is known for being like ignorant when it comes to soccer. Lean into that and say, we don't care. He was wrong in the first place. As Landon Donovan said, justice was served, and you move on. And if they want to say it'll be stained forever, okay. We're happy to have the stain.
Wayne Rooney on the BBC on the Balogun decision. He said, I got a 3-game ban before Euro 2012, so I was due to miss the 3 group games and basically got told if I go over to Switzerland and do a training session with a bunch of kids, the 3rd game gets taken off, which I didn't agree with, but I agreed to do it because I didn't want the 3-game ban, but I thought that was wrong. But for this to be suspended, they either take the red card away, which I think was probably the right decision, and then he can play. But to suspend it for a year, I think, is an absolute disgrace. And the president should be, as in the president of FIFA, should be ashamed of this because I think for the sportsmanship of this game is in question here. If I'm the USA's opponent, I'm absolutely fuming. I think it's wrong in every way. I think it's an absolute disgrace. That's from Wayne Rooney, talking about how he was incentivized to have his suspension removed by going to essentially do a camp in Switzerland, and then saying that they handled this the wrong way.
Even the NCAA thinks these guys are acting like clowns. Come on.
Yeah.
So if Balogun worked at a soup kitchen in Seattle over the weekend, would that have cleared him? Is that what I'm hearing?
Yeah, who knows? FIFA's, yeah, exactly like you said.
Well said, Papers.
Well, like you said, that the NCAA looks
even
shiny,
you guys.
squeaky clean compared to what FIFA's done over the last decade, let alone century.
There could have been more clarity even from FIFA. Here's how the decision was made. Refer back to Article 27. Tim, whenever there's a beef or an issue on the text line, let's just refer back to Article 27.
Well, the news this morning that overnight, both the United States and Belgium had to file appeals of the appeal, and Belgium had to get that in by 5 a.m. Pacific. And according to The Athletic, that is what they were doing. And so, therefore, this could play out while we are on the air. What if Balogun now is removed once again? Because according to The Athletic, that has taken place this morning with regard to a submission of an appeal of the appeal by Belgium. Once again, for those of you just joining us, per The Athletic and Adam Crafton, this story updated at 3:56 Central Time. The Belgian Federation said it was astonished by FIFA's decision to suspend the ban for a period of 1 year, citing Article 27 of its disciplinary code. The Royal Belgian Football Association said in a statement the move was, quote, in direct contradiction of the competition regulations, and said it is exploring all potential options. Sources briefed on the matter, speaking anonymously to protect relationships, have now told The Athletic the Federation has now formally written to FIFA to appeal the matter, and the right to appeal has been granted. Both the United States Soccer and the Belgian Federation were asked to make submissions by 5 a.m. Pacific this morning, which has exasperated the Belgians, who have not received the decision by FIFA to review, as it is not made public. A member of the FIFA Appeals Committee, who does not represent a federation in either the UEFA or CONCACAF, so as to avoid any potential conflict or interest, has been selected to hear the case. So one guy who is not involved in Europe or here in the Western Hemisphere will make the ruling. This is just glorious. I mean, the next 12 hours before you even get on the field.
Can Larry Nickel call in and break all this down for us?
I don't know if he's ever had Belgium in the top 5.
Oh, that's true.
Remember. Yeah.
You can text in with your thoughts on it. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. Then you've got the Form Energy YouTube chat where friends have gathered, like Carnegie Strode, who is in there talking to Too Fat to Kayak, Kitty Bates, Ari Goldsburner, and Nick Piacek. You can tell Papers serotonin is still low from the Zed show. That's what Nick Piacek said.
My serotonin, all my serotonin reserves were blown out.
I didn't know you were a Zed guy.
Yeah, well, I like to party.
And then you can talk it over in there with those fine folks. And, of course, call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That is how you can be a part of the morning after. And if you don't have a text inbox name, it increases your chances of being read exponentially. If you say, hey, Jackson, could you give me this name in the text inbox? And you know what? If I know Jackie Papers, he's going to take very good care of you. So that is how you can get involved on the program in this Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour. Healthcare Evolution is online at healthcare-evolution.com. Look at Jackson's flow. That flow is in part because of Healthcare Evolution and going out there and getting their treatment. What did they do out there, Papers? Let the people know, because people are looking at that flow and they say, I want some of that flow.
Sure. It's a pretty simple process. Take some peptides, roll that into the scalp to help strengthen the scalp. What they're trying to do is essentially heal the scalp. Hair loss is essentially an injury, and so we're healing the scalp to not only create more hair, but stronger, thicker hair. And the results speak for themselves. In my case, it's been super easy. 2 treatments totaling about 22 minutes total. done right here in St. Louis. You don't have to go across the world. You don't have to spend a king's ransom to get this done. It's as affordable in the area and by guys you can trust over at Healthcare Evolution.
Yeah, so if you're having nagging injuries, pain that won't go away, and a long wait to see your doctor, if you said yes to any of these, Healthcare Evolution, the people you need to see. They offer free consultations over the phone. That is right, free. Go to healthcare-evolution.com. Real answers and same-day pain relief provided by our 7 o'clock hour sponsor, Healthcare Evolution, at healthcare-evolution.com. Let them know you're a TMA listener and get that free phone consultation. 70% off an in-person consultation when you're a TMA listener at healthcare-evolution.com. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It's TMA 101, ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
Saturday, Pirates and Brewers. Pregame at 2:30. First pitch at 3:05. The MLB plays on 101 ESPN.
With Air Comfort Service heating, cooling, and installation, you won't have to think about your comfort. Visit aircomfortservice.com.
Things in Washington, D.C. may seem unsettled at times by their lack of progress. But one department in the U.S. government is progressing. That is the IRS. Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. The IRS is in full function to collect on unpaid taxes. If you've been putting off a tax problem, it's time to call the Lance Story Law Firm and get it resolved. Don't think the government is too busy to focus on my issues. Too many of my clients thought the same. So if you owe back taxes or haven't filed returns in years, it's time to call the Lance Story Law Firm and finally resolve your tax issues. Remember, if you have tax problems, you have legal problems. Call the Lance Story Law Firm. Our office is right here in St. Louis. Or call 314-260-6120 or visit LanceStoryLaw.com to schedule your free consultation with your local tax resolution law firm, the Lance Story Law Firm.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Half off up to $33,000 in options at select TR Hughes communities. trhughes.com.
Ozempic, Wegovy, GLP-1s. Every day, one thought haunts you. What if I stop? A British medical journal study says you'll gain the weight back 4 times faster. So what now? There is an answer. Alex Goen patented hypnosis. In fact, a JAMA study says adding behavior therapy to GLP-1s produced 3 times the results. Hypnosis is behavior therapy concentrated. And Alex Goen hypnosis is the only U.S. patented hypnosis proven useful by the U.S. Patent Office. Ozempic can't talk to your subconscious, where every habit lives. Alex Goen patented hypnosis does. Destroy cravings, make you full on half the food, kill late-night fridge attacks. So no more shots. Only $59.99 or your money back. Weight loss seminar Thursday, July 23rd, Marriott St. Louis West, 5:30 p.m. Stop smoking 8 p.m. Or Saturday, July 25th, Holiday Inn Express Airport, 11 a.m. Stop smoking 2 p.m. Sign up at alexgoen.com. Goen. That's alexgoen.com.
101 ESPN is proud to support this year's Songs for Soldiers benefit concert, taking place Friday, September 11th and Saturday, September 12th in Columbia, Illinois. The 13th annual Songs for Soldiers benefit concert, presented by Weber Chevrolet, Budweiser, Jim Beam, Veterans United, and Country Financial, will feature live music from Don Felder, formerly of the Eagles, Joe Nichols, Joe Dirt, Dazed and Confused STL, and more. Plus plenty of food, cheap drinks, and fun, with all proceeds supporting the Songs for Soldiers mission of helping combat veterans in need. Get all the ticket details now at 101ESPN.com. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. William Gilman. And he performed before Zed or after?
After Ludacris.
Have a great day. Thanks again. That's from the 314. How about that, Martin? Look at this. Look at the positivity as people are less than 12 hours away getting ready for the celebration of the United States and Belgium. Although I have a feeling that the story of Flo Balogun's return is not over, based on the Athletics reporting overnight that Belgium is appealing the appeal. CNBC also is now confirming that they have appealed the appeal that allowed Flo Balogun to play in tonight's U.S. round of 16 showdown in Seattle. Brief aside, and I believe I said this last week, but I want to reemphasize it. It is perfect that the game is in Seattle. I don't know if you could handpick a location that would be better for the atmosphere. I am thrilled that that's where it's going to be. Now, whatever nonsense continues to take place here between now and when things get underway at 7 o'clock, it sounds like this story is going to be going on throughout the day, based on the Athletics reporting that Belgium is appealing, and then the U.S. had to submit a real ruling. And for the record, then a non-UEFA, non-CONCACAF judge will decide whether or not Balogun gets to play. So for those of you waking up thinking that he's playing, the Athletic reporting overnight from anonymous sources that both the United States and Belgium had to make a submission by 5 a.m. Pacific. So, you know, you were talking about a half hour ago they had to get this in, and then this one person who is not affiliated with European soccer or American soccer will make the decision as to whether or not the appeal of the appeal holds up.
So they found a guy in Asia who can rule on this.
So.
It's up to him. Ted in Beijing will rule on this.
Are we seriously going to talk soccer all day? I'd rather break down the John Deere Classic than listen to this crap.
It's from Doug's Jockstrap, and he is not happy, Martin, with your selection of the Lifetime Roofing lead. He wants to hear about Chris Gotterup taking advantage of, was it Ben Coles, who unfortunately had problems at the C.J. Byron Nelson a couple years ago on the 18th hole, and the 18th hole got him again as he hit his second shot into the water and took a double bogey that cost him $350,000, even though he's mainly a Corn Ferry guy.
If you're
first, there's your breakdown. I'll spend more time on after the morning after.
So after the morning after at 11 on HD2.
That's where we do the breakdown.
There'll be an intense John Deere Classic breakdown if you want to bookmark that.
As we head to the Quad Cities.
On your Monday. But if you're also concerned there's too much soccer, we'll work in some seam.
Yeah, oh yeah.
We'll talk hockey with Kerbs, but we've got rummage sale is at 8-3, so there's your chance to kind of
8-3. Is that where it is? Rummage sale is the title in the Polos Plus.
Do you know what
the oasis in this soccer desert?
How about them saying that Wonderwall? Those British fans there, all the way in Mexico City. Did you see how they tried to harass the British fans? They went outside their hotel.
We've got audio.
Wow, you guys are all over. I'm sorry, it's soccer adjacent. I'm sorry. Who was that was upset, Bill?
Doug's Jockstrap wants to talk John Deere and not United States, Belgium. Here is what was going on. So the English team booked 15 different hotels in Mexico to try to avoid what happened to Ecuador's team, which was the Mexican fans gathering outside the hotel and blasting music all night to try to keep them from sleeping. So they diversified their hotels. It didn't matter. They found them. And here is what it sounded like outside of the English hotel. This is 3 in the morning.
It's kind of catchy, actually.
Sure.
I can sleep through this. Some weird-ass dreams.
Yeah. Fireworks going off, too. That
shooting into the air.
Yeah.
Who are these folks? Do they have tickets to the game? Are they not rested up?
I think, maybe just whoever, hanging out. It's the weekend.
So this went on all night outside of the English team hotel, but alas, it did not matter as they went down to Azteca Papers.
Went up to Azteca.
And got themselves a victory over the Mexican team. And so with that, England advances to the quarterfinals.
Awesome game. Just incredible. Jude Bellingham scoring 2 goals in like a minute and 32 seconds. Mexico instantly responding. And then, England playing with 10 men. Atmosphere is crazy.
The announcer kept, I think it's Darren Fletcher, kept saying, it's a thrill to be here. What a night. I'm just honored to be.
Yeah.
There's so much theater in soccer. Not only the players who were down on the ground, but the announcers always seem very emotional.
Very flowery descriptions of things, which is kind of part of the charm.
But they also peppered the team buses on the way. Did you see that? I don't know if it was some kind of foam. They were spraying the buses as they were arriving.
Yeah.
Maybe Mexico should add a red card, a fan red card, before the game even began. But no, wildly entertaining. The games have been great. That's part of what I think this tournament coming to the North America was always going to be a big deal. it's become more of a thing because the matches have been entertaining and you got all kinds of controversy and some premier brands getting bounced. And now the host countries, it's down to one. Jackie Ocasio, the U.S. of A. Last one standing.
Guys, so the question is the reversal of the red card being done to keep the U.S. fan base watching the games, because we all know after the U.S. is eliminated, the ratings will drop massively. That's from the Swing Haven board member.
Well, they probably will drop. I don't know, massively. People are into it.
Sure.
And you're getting down to a handful of games left after tonight.
Right, and some premier brands still.
So Trump called Infantino, but did Murdoch call Trump? If you want a full breakdown on it, in all seriousness, on Twitter, I saw this morning, Politico, of all things, Politico has a really intense timeline of Howard Lutnick calling so-and-so, and then the White House meeting with this lawyer, before the ultimate decision came down on Sunday. And I think a lot of people say, well, why 3 days later? It may have just been all of this backdoor red tape, lobbying, whatever you want to call it, that led to the decision. What is your theory today on this Athletic report that Belgium now has a chance to appeal this decision? I would suspect at this point it's been in FIFA's mind. Now, it does say there's an independent person involved.
That's correct.
I just find that hard to believe that this huge organization is okay.
No, I don't think.
All right, Steve, you let us know what you think.
No, I think Balogun will be starting in the starting 11 tonight. Would be my bet. Lester from The Wire taught us, Martin, to always follow the money. So if you're looking to the timeline, follow the money. Thank you to Lester from The Wire.
So I believe we're all in lockstep that he'll play.
Yes.
Bunch of spineless FIFA simps capitulating to Trump. Grow a pair, FIFA. Stand on your decision. That's from Jackson Soy Boy. You know this guy?
I don't know him.
He says he's your soy boy.
He's I have like a...
just like Doug's jockstrap wanted to hear more about the John Deere.
Right.
Really unfortunate shot there by Coles. But again, Martin, that's coming up at 11 o'clock on After the Morning After.
It's not in rummage sale because
it's not in rummage sale.
Tim, if you were wondering what's in rummage sale, 65 years ago Saturday, Tigers pitcher Frank Larry laid down a bunt in a regular season game. This bunt meant the world to Eddie in Queens. It didn't mean quite as much to Mike Francesa.
It's already, I think I sent it like at 7 o'clock on 4th. You were probably already in line at Zed.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. I was fired up.
But I'm like, this is an all-timer from Francesa.
Yeah.
In honor of our 4th of July weekend.
Right, of course.
Great TV analogy, TV skank. That's from Nathan from the east side of Alton. I don't follow that. Are you talking about, is that the Wire reference that Nathan from the east side of Alton is making reference to? I don't know.
But back to my soy boy real
TV
quick.
Skank? Okay, let's go back. Do you have a soy boy?
No, but it's made it sound, that name makes it sound like I employ a soy boy.
Flip that off.
Like one would employ a private chef or a driver. Like on my staff. Which I don't. I don't employ anybody. That'd be sweet.
If you had some employees?
I
think it's time for you to have a soy boy on the payroll.
Right, but like personal employees, you know?
Really enjoying all the soccer talk this morning, fellas. Great job. What's next? 3 segments on Wimbledon. That's from the 302. And Martin, they're starting not to be happy.
It reeks of a homer roll coming at any moment.
Who cares? What a joke. This red card crap is just as bad as these stupid players flopping and acting like they just had their legs severed. It's so dramatic and so comedic. That's from the Hoosier Trojan Horse. Martin, how have the ratings been on the 2 Fox for this World Cup that they want to hear more about Wimbledon and the John Deere on?
I haven't seen him consistently, but when I did see him, there was early on out of the U.S. cities, St. Louis was 3rd one night, 5th another night. So the local ratings have been strong, but nationally, you've seen the numbers, massive. And I think tonight, I don't know the history, or maybe it'll be the U.S. most watched U.S. soccer game. I'm going to say that that's in play on a Monday night here in July.
The Bosnia-U.S. game had a combined 33.5 million viewers.
Right.
Give me some context on what that means.
It's about a third of a Super Bowl.
Most watched.
Is that right? Okay.
I would say Super Bowls are in the 100 to 110 million.
Yeah. Most watched soccer telecast in American history
was the Bosnia game last Wednesday. I would think they'll top that tonight, and you add in all of this backstory, maybe even some people who are kind of half interested.
Yeah.
Locally, I believe, really good as well. I don't have the numbers in front of me like those national numbers. But people have been into it. I do hate for the sport and none of us are big soccer geeks. I get it. And for people who love soccer, this is a huge moment for them. And I'm happy for everybody that's played the game their whole life, that loves the sport. But I hate the fact, because the people who don't like soccer, this just feeds into that.
Sure. But it's more of a, to me, and I think maybe this is a little bit more in the weeds, but this is so much more a reflection on FIFA than it's the sport of soccer. I mean,
but people are not.
Right.
The fan who hates soccer in the U.S. is saying, what a joke.
Right. They're not looking at individual federations, but this is FIFA's handiwork in the first place to get the suspension or the ban, and then to flip on that and suspend it for a year, which makes no sense. And then to even allow this appeal from Belgium hours before the game that's going to take place tonight in Seattle. It's all nonsense.
Well, even the announcement could have had more clarity on Sunday.
Right.
It was kind of like the smoke.
It was like, is this real
from the chimney?
not?
The Pope's been picked. Here we go. Oh, he's back.
Right.
This has to be the worst show ever. What time your show end?
Martin, I'm going to read it again.
Oh, I love this.
This has to be the worst show ever. What time your show end?
Us end at 11.
Yeah, us end at 11. Sometimes 10:57. So if you're making a bookmark, sometimes 11:02. We're 11 o'clock adjacent on this show.
In that ballpark.
What time your show end? Me not happy.
Sharon and Clayton is mad at you, Martin, for your selection of the Lifetime Roofing lead. That, of course, is Dustin McClendon's business, and that's online at lifetimeroofingstl.com. She started her text off with, hello. Can we talk about the wedding? And don't tell me it's not sports. He's a Hall of Fame tight end, and half of the NFL was in attendance. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
And that was a guy breaking down a match, right?
Well, reacting to Harry Kane.
Yeah. What's that guy saying today?
Oh, fired up.
Got to dig that baby out. Yeah. I believe Sharon and Clayton, who was suspended briefly by Doug.
Appliance discounter suspension logo.
And then the Warsons with Wacko offered to buy her way out. He and Trump made a call to Doug's people at FIFA to get her on. And she's referring to the wedding, which was Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift Friday at Madison Square Garden. And Adam Sandler was the officiant, I believe.
That's what's being reported.
And he did some singing as well.
That's pretty cool.
And our guy Joe Buck was there. And I said in advance of this, I don't care about the reporting on it. Like, oh, where's it going to be? Oh, look at, they're lining the street. It's secret. But if I were invited, I would probably go just to see it, especially if I were a Fox announcer or ESPN announcer. Why not? Part of the spectacle. But I don't have a lot of details on the wedding papers. Will that be in a rummage sale?
Oh, wow.
Was Francesa invited?
We can try. Oh, that would have been awesome.
I would like his take more than anyone.
100%.
Tell Sharon to go buy a People magazine.
That is from Patrick Bateman.
Do they still print?
Sure. You ever been to a Hudson News, my man?
Yes, airport.
Yeah.
Last minute purchase.
They got
you get a bottle of water for $9.
Plenty of periodicals in there.
I bet Travis took Taylor's last name, simp. That's from Indebor We Trust.
That's a joke, but the name Travis Swift is pretty cool.
How about that?
What if the back of his jersey is Kelsey Swift?
Kelsey Swift.
Oh. Quiet down, Sharon. Nobody cares about that wedding nonsense anyway. Stop living through others. That's from Shooter McGavin. He's not happy.
Oh, that's not going to play well with Sharon and Clayton.
Orson with Wacko, however, is saying that they were there. Sharon and I had a great time at the Kelsey wedding. We sat at Tina Navratilova's table with Shaggy the rapper. So that was the table. The Orson Woods Wacko, Sharon and Clayton, Shaggy.
Wow.
And then Martina
It wasn't
Navratilova.
me? Wow. Who could have thought that one hit could have brought them all the way to Madison Square Garden?
It's like Live Magazine is back and better than ever. Welcome to our 2026 sexy and successful party.
Here's what I've got. The Palm Beach Post. Oh, now it wants me to buy the Palm Beach, but I don't think I'm going to do it. Let's see.
Could be a good investment.
Married at Madison Square Garden, the ceremony was officiated by comedian Adam Sandler with reported musical performances by Paul McCartney and Stevie Nicks.
Wow.
God, and we did the YMCA.
Yeah.
Compare, huh?
Was Joshua there?
Let's see. They wore custom Christian Dior.
My text did exactly what I expected. The Cretans are so predictable. That's from Sharon and Clayton. And she is insinuating that she is the puppet master. Wow. How about that? But she does not deny that she sat with Shaggy.
This guy's world class.
Shaggy had 2 hits papers. Get it right. That's from A Month of Sundays.
I didn't say he only had one. I just said it wasn't me. It's certainly the biggest one, because if I know it right off the top of my head.
Nikki Glazer and Joe Buck were there. Missed opportunity to get some Gobble Bowl raffle items. That's from the Baldwin Beer Bash.
Huge missed opportunity. Think of what could have been snagged there, like a napkin, like a wedding napkin.
Hey, Joe, while you're there.
Piece of the cake. Think how much that would have gone for.
Hey, buddy. I know you're going to be Madison Square. I wish that would have been requested.
Can you sneak me a piece of the cake? Thanks, buddy.
Shocked that Time Sharon thinks the lead should be about someone marrying into money. Less texty, more step-a-roby. That's from Arbor Day.
Nelly was there, according to this.
Really?
Yeah, get something signed, buddy. So, Jason Sudeikis, Jessica Chastain, Tommy Hilfiger. Laura Dern was there, randomly.
Wonderful.
Brad Pitt was there. Paul Rudd was there.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Didn't Sharon get a red card last week? Did she appeal that decision? That's from the 210 texter. I think it was a 2 days time suspension in the appliance discounter suspension logule.
And then it was upheld by Kiowski, but Worsonwood's Wacko appealed the appeal.
That's correct. And there was some kind of talk
a ruling
of
this morning.
A payoff. You can email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, Design Air online at DesignAirService.com. It looks like we are out of the upper 90s highs. Sweet mother of mercy. That was brutal, at least until next week. And then it looks like it starts up again next week with highs of 94, 96, and 97. But if you run into any air conditioning problems, you're still going to be dealing with highs in the upper 80s. It's DesignAirService.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling, the longest running sponsor on the morning after. That's Seth Goldcamp and his team at Design Air Heating and Cooling. Martin's a client. Doug's a client. I'm a client. We welcome you to become a client as well. Design Air Heating and Cooling online at DesignAirService.com. And you can sign up for the maintenance plan, and any issues you might have, you can forget about them, because they're going to come out and take care of it and make sure the air conditioning is ready to go during the summer, and it's ready to go with your HVAC during the winter on your furnace. DesignAirService.com. Email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. To McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons this week. Little Jackie Papers is on the ones and twos. If you want to call in and talk it over, Chairman Kurt mans the Collier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. This is the morning after, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMISTL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. USA takes on Belgium this evening in Seattle. It's going to be a 7 p.m. kickoff in the round of 16. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
So this is Shaggy, and that's who the Warson Woods Wacko and Sharon and Clayton sat with, along with Martina Navratilova.
That's a hell of a table.
At the Travis Kelce, Taylor Swift.
I assume that was more towards the back.
Now, what do you mean by that?
Well, I don't know if that's the premier table, and Martin read off some of the names. How did Laura Dern get in there? I love Laura Dern, but...
Now you're arguing with yourself for the second time in this Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour.
I love to see Laura Dern in a picture, but it's like, if I'm Travis Kelce and Taylor Swift, it's like...
Well, I don't necessarily think it was ranked by popularity so much it was ranked by friendship. You know, when you get married here soon...
Right.
I wouldn't imagine you're going to be like... oh, I got to invite the Cardinals, and then Martin and I will tell you who are on the Blues, and then you invite them just because they're stars in our market. You're going to invite Sweet Sweet Kai and Herb and Oatmeal and Private Citizen Pete.
I would agree, but then do you think like it's like a Tuesday night and Taylor Swift's like, oh, let me invite over my dear friend Laura Dern?
But the hard part would be the seating, because every wedding you have your mom's Aunt Mildred. You're like, okay, do we have to? Oh, she loves to come to weddings. So you're like, okay, fine. And then you go, let's put her with Shaggy and Dern. Like, can you imagine the seating assignments?
Yeah, logistical nightmare.
Hi, I just drove in from Pennsylvania. I'm Travis's aunt. Who are you again?
Yeah.
Oh, what's up, lady man? I'm in the NFL. Like, can you imagine?
I'm Paul McCartney.
Nice.
I guarantee you Jackson would simp like crazy for Laura Dern. That's from Mr. Licks.
Yeah.
Like that Blue Velvet?
Sure.
David Lynch.
Yeah.
Weird as all get out.
Yeah.
Who finds an ear, by the way?
You're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can also call in to our Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Chairman Kurt standing by to take your calls here on the presentation. And, of course, you can talk it over in our Form Energy YouTube chat where 268 friends are gathered, and Chairman Kurt is holding court in there saying Laura Dern was the evil stepmommy in Taylor's music video Bejeweled.
Really?
How about that?
All right, there we go.
Fair to say.
Good research there. Crack research team, I've always said.
Fair to say we didn't know that top of mind.
It's fine.
Didn't know that. By the way, Papers, if you get married in the next 5 to 10 years and you don't invite me, I'm still coming. I'm just going to put that on the record.
All right, I'm also inviting Laura Dern.
Okay.
Well, have you already booked a wedding venue? I could see you doing
I'll sit at the table.
That would be weird.
What if
for a 28-year-old man to have a wedding venue booked in like 2032?
What if Papers,
just to be safe?
And he puts me at I'm with weird David Letterman.
Evil David Letterman.
Evil David Letterman.
Yeah. Some of the Florida crew.
Bring back Gorman. He would have made that play at third. That's from Ari Gold's burner. And because the Lifetime Roofing lead is the ever-developing situation, and by ever-developing, I mean because Belgium and the United States had to make their submission to a judge by 5 a.m. this morning, per the Athletics reporting. So this Flo Balogun situation may not be over for those of you just waking up and joining the program. This was what we covered in the Lifetime Roofing lead. We have not spent much time on the Cardinals. Now, Martin and I wondered aloud what happened to Blaze Jordan in the first place, because he had been struggling, but he got 3 hits on Friday in the start, and the Cardinals just blowing the Cubs off the field, scoring 17 runs. Didn't go against Imanaga on Saturday in the fog game, but he was not out there again yesterday against Javier Assad, and Jose Fermin threw the ball away in the 6th inning, and that, combined with Matthew Liberatore's issues, gave the Cubs the win after it looked like Jordan Walker's home run could be a signature moment in the early portion of this season.
Yeah, huge letdown. When you get that home run from Walker, he gets the All-Star announcement Saturday. Pretty cool video. Cardinals put it out there. And Ali even said, this isn't just this year. This is the last 3 years. Perseverance. Now he's up to 20 homers, 63 RBIs. I don't have it in front of me, but a huge swing. And you're like, all right, Liberatore, let's see what you can do in the 6th inning. Walk, hit, here we go. Now you hand it off to Swanson. You're not feeling real confident. There is certainly issues in the Cardinals bullpen, but especially in that 5th, 6th inning. Who do you trust to come in and get some outs? And then you don't have a guy in that moment. Earlier was Liberatore just hitting everybody in sight. That was strange. Hit a lot of batters and gave up the 2 early runs, settles in a little bit, and you're like, just, okay, can he get me through 6? And he just always seems to hit a wall some way, somehow. So that was frustrating. Fermin throws it away. Walker's throw to third. I think on the call, even on Peacock, Mark Sweeney even said that's one you just don't need to throw over to third. So they get 2 runs on a sac fly. But on the whole, you go 4-2 with a trip to Atlanta, Chicago. This is the big stretch everybody talked about before the All-Star break against tougher opponents. Braves, Cubs, now Brewers, Braves. But 4-2 on that trip. Pretty good. Saturday night, our cable went out. I couldn't see the game.
Oh, the fog game.
The fog, I couldn't see the game, ironically, that people watching couldn't see and people playing apparently couldn't see. Where J.J. Weatherholt was seen mouthing the words, I can't see.
Yeah.
Not sure that's a good idea.
So they had the fog delay after the 6th inning in which both Mason Wynn and J.J. Weatherholt were on camera saying, we can't see a thing. And then finally they waited, and the Cardinals were able to get another run and win that thing 3-0. So, yeah, Martin, you take 4 out of 6 when you're going into Atlanta and Chicago. If you would have said at the start of the week, you can have that, take that all day long. Now you will be put to the test yet again because you've got 5 games against the Milwaukee Brewers in 4 days. Friend of the program, Mike McGreevy, getting the ball this evening.
Yeah, 4 night games in a row, 1 day game on Tuesday, part of the doubleheader, then the Braves. But on the whole, just every time I think, all right, they're about to hit this stretch where they really bottom out, they kind of bounce right back. And again, not much expected, but you're sitting there in a wild card spot and basically going to hit the All-Star break in contention. Cubs and Phillies are on top of the wild card race. Cardinals a game and a half back, tied with the Miami Marlins.
Great opportunity for fans to see you this week because the weather looks pretty good. Temperatures are not absurd, and you get 5 against the Brewers, and then you get a chance to see the Braves and a monster week. I mean, this is significant here, both from the division standpoint. You somehow go 4-1, and you pick up 3 games on Milwaukee, and things look a whole lot different as you're sitting at 4.5 back. But at the same time, it can go the other way. You're facing 2 first-place teams, albeit the Braves have certainly fallen off from their super hot start. But the Cardinals now 47 and 40, 87 games into the season. And that leads to Ken Rosenthal and this column this morning in The Athletic. As the Cardinals ponder their deadline strategy, they must factor in one of the season's most remarkable developments, knowing it partly explains their unexpected success. The Cardinals have used the injured list only 6 times. They currently have only 1 player, infielder Ramon Urias, on the IL. They have yet to lose a starting pitcher to injury. And contrast that with the Cubs, who currently have 13 pitchers alone on the IL, or pretty much every other team, almost every one of which has dealt with one injury after another. The Cardinals' good fortune also includes breakouts from all-star right fielder Jordan Walker, rookie second baseman J.J. Weatherholt, and catcher Ivan Herrera, which is not to say they're entirely lucky. The Cardinals, in a difficult part of their schedule, have already won road series against the Braves and Cubs. They currently hold the 3rd NL wildcard position as they prepare for the final homestand before the break. 5-4 against the Brewers, then 3 against the Braves. On June 29th, 2025, the Cardinals were in the same wild card position, but an even better place in the division, just 2.5 games out of first as opposed to their current 7.5 back. But they proceeded to lose 17 of their next 25 games, and that prompted them to unload Helsley, Maton, and Matz at the deadline. It's conceivable that the same type of collapse will occur. The Cardinals' position player group is the 2nd youngest in baseball. Their pitching staff is the 5th youngest. But if the Cardinals stay relatively healthy and keep playing at a high level, Chaim Bloom will have little choice but to supplement his roster. And Rosenthal goes on to write about the Cardinals potentially being aggressive at the deadline because, papers, this is for you, of all their catchers. Because of the catchers, that's where the Cardinals could deal from in order to supplement, in particular, the pitching staff.
Right. Hate to part with any of them, truly.
Untouchable, Pages, Pozo.
All of them. I mean, truly.
All of them.
I wish I could say all of them are untouchable, but if you are the deal.
So if you could get Skubal for Pozo, you say no.
They're going to need a sweetener in there. You know, either a cash consideration.
Green?
Yeah, that'd be good. That'd be good.
So Green and Skubal for Pozo.
Okay. And I want the tiger statue they have out in front.
All right.
And I want that
and move that down to Fro Field.
Exactly right. It took the words out of my mouth. So that's what I would need for Pozo. If you're talking, some of these prospects who could even be better, we're going to need more.
I don't see them being aggressive at all. What we had talked about was maybe not subtracting, but I would also wonder, like, if you said, okay, Riley O'Brien, there's a guy. Could you deal him, which would upset fans because he's had a really good first half. I don't know what that return even looks like. If it's not that robust, do we really need to make the deal? That's my theory is you're not going to trade off a piece that has some value. Because even if you said, oh, well, what about a Romero? Somebody will want him. I would agree with that. Somebody would. But what's the return? Is it really worth upending what's a possible playoff team? Possible.
Yeah.
To get a little piece in return for one of those guys. That, to me, is the point.
Question?
I'm taking questions. Martin does. Doug is in the Hamptons, and so the fact that he doesn't take questions is immaterial.
Is this part of segment 10 too early? Because, Tim, I don't know if you noticed in the...
Oh, the Polos plus Dacia.
Yes.
Big day.
Paper's bag of tricks is coming your way at 10-2.
Yeah, you never
so
know
this
what
is
you're gonna
separate
get.
from that.
Do you think the amount of control that they still have for someone like Riley O'Brien, who hasn't even reached arbitration yet, would make it more likely for them to trade him or less likely for them to trade him?
It helps the value on the other end for sure. Less likely because, you keep a guy that you can control.
Right.
I just don't think he would be viewed by other teams as, oh, wow, he's a lights-out guy we need, even though he's having a great year.
But the fact that you would have control for a while, don't you think that would make it more likely?
I think he's more valuable right now here than he. What I'm saying is, if the return isn't really much, if it's a single A shortstop,
right.
That to me is why you would be less inclined to make some of those types of moves.
For the record, ESPN just released this morning their list of 25, and then they go all the way to 60, but top 25 with some detail, and then 60 with just names. Trade candidates, and the Cardinals, who used to have a number of players on that top 25, have 0 in the top 25. Now, as you proceed down the list, Riley O'Brien, Lars Nootbaar, and Dustin May, along with Jojo Romero, Ryan Stanek, Justin Brule all find themselves on there. But as far as top 25, because the factor is caliber of player in addition to likelihood that they are dealt, is calculated. The irony of the list is that number 11, most likely and most valuable player to be traded, Sonny Gray. Number 12, Wilson Contreras. 2 guys the Cardinals traded, 2 guys that are part of the Red Sox, 2 guys more likely to be traded than anybody on the Cardinals per Jeff Passan and Bradford Doolittle's list this morning on ESPN.com.
Both snubbed for the All-Star game, having huge years. Contreras.
Crazy.
What if they trade to get back Contreras? Just add a little fire to that clubhouse.
Yeah,
another catcher.
Yeah. Can't be mad about that.
Trade a catcher for a reliever or 2. That's from Jugs in D.C., Atlantic 10 basketball correspondent.
Got to be the right reliever for us to give away one of our prized catchers.
So you don't even like Skubal and Green for a Pozo.
I'm going to need
something more. Kind of gives you an idea.
Right. I need something more. The tiger statue's cool. It's got the green eyes. Sign me up.
What Rosenthal pointed out, hadn't thought much about, is that you look at your starting staff, you're 5, and you've had frustration with Liberatore. There was a while where Leahy was leaky, and I thought maybe he should go to the bullpen.
Yeah.
He has been better for sure. He pitched the Fog game. But those guys largely, Dustin May, Leahy, and May's going to come back early because he got hit the other night and didn't pitch much. So he's actually coming back on early turn. But those guys have made Palante. I think they plugged in, who is our guy, Dobbins once or twice. But for the most part, your starting 5 have been able to just keep taking the ball.
Right.
They definitely need some bullpen help.
What was the Cardinal record at this point last year? You heard me reading from Ken Rosenthal's reporting this morning on the Cardinals and how they were in a better position in the division at this time last year. But then they proceeded to lose a big chunk of games before the trade deadline, which then sent them spiraling. So the Cardinals are 47-40 through 87 games in 2026. Martin, would you like to take a guess what the Cardinals were through 87 games in 2025?
47-40 this year, 46-41 last year.
47-40 at this point last year.
Does feel different.
And they were 50-46 through 96 games, so things got away from them over the next 9 games. So you got to test here. I mean, yeah, it's the last week before the All-Star break, but there is a lot of baseball, 8 games, and 8 critical games, in part because I think there is a really good chance that the Atlanta Braves are more of a wild card team than they are a division winner based on their trajectory and the Phillies' trajectory. And then, of course, the Milwaukee Brewers. And things look a lot different if you're actually in the division race. But if you're 10 back of the division race, you've got yourself a different conversation. So this is pivotal with 5 games in 4 days against the Brewers and then 3 against the Braves before the All-Star break. Your thoughts are welcome by texting in 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to call in the Collier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. Email in for our Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com, and you can open up your YouTube app and type it and talk with TMA listeners in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Martin, would you like to tell people about the company that worked on your home, Michael's Baths?
Michael's Baths came in, redid the kids' bathroom, and it's just great because when you have people over, like my niece is staying with us this weekend, and she's staying down the hall, and I said, oh, remember that just janky, terrible bathroom I had? It's gone. All of that because of Michael's Baths. They came out, we were like a little intimidated by the pricing. What's it going to be? Nope. Reasonably priced to get that bathroom redone, make it look brand new, changes the whole vibe in the entire house. It really does. Whether you're going to do a tub-to-shower conversion or a full high-end bathroom remodel, whatever is somewhere in between, they'll draw it up. And the folks that come out to your house, they are former installers, so they know exactly what they're talking about. Michael's Baths, guess who's the owner? Michael. His daughter answers the phone. Family operation. All they do is bathrooms. 5-star reviews. That's all they've been given over the years. And the entire crew that was inside our home, they all work directly for Michael. They're not subcontracted out. That can be a real pain sometime. So if you're ready to just find out what the options are, go to michaelsbaths.com. That is plural, michaelsbaths.com, or call 636-775-0800. 636-775-0800. If you're in the 101 ESPN listening area, they will come to you. There are financing options, and they can make that bathroom look spectacular. I showed these guys the before, the after. It's unbelievable. The work is great, and the company is, too. Family owned and operated. Michael's Baths at 636-775-0800.
It is 8:07 in St. Louis. We close out our Healthcare Revolution 7 o'clock hour and head into the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour on the morning after 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from the Stiefel Studios.
AutoLoanPro.com, the website to head to if you're in the market for a new vehicle. Great selection of cars on that site, and they are there for folks who've had a little hiccup along the way. Doesn't matter your situation or your circumstance, their goal is to get you into that next vehicle, and they'll do it with little to no money down. Also, best rates possible. They know that anyone could sell you a car, but it takes a pro to do it right. That's Auto Loan Pro. They're part of the Lita family. Website has the vehicles and also that promise to get you a deal because they work with over 50 different lenders. That's how they get the best financing possible. Making that large purchase with financing gets complicated, and if there's an issue along the way, they know you need some help. That's what they do. Get you into that vehicle. They'll also help you fix your credit by taking that playbook they put together, You can download that at autoloanpro.com. The playbook will educate you on the credit industry. Get that car of your choice in the future. So fix your credit, get a new car, all of it, one spot, autoloanpro.com. Only thing to know is to choose the pro.
Firecrackers bursting, fireworks going off tonight.
Papers, where'd you watch the fire? Did you just stay down at the Arch?
Yeah, I stayed there.
Martin, as you know, Jackson went to the Zed show.
24 full hours, so I didn't want to lose my spot, so I could watch the fireworks.
It looked packed. I don't know anymore what's AI and what's real. Anytime crowd shots now.
Yeah.
But what I saw, I believe it was the third, appeared to be packed. Was that you, Papers, and your posse?
Yeah, it was my whole crew. Okay. We were there the entire time. And, yeah, it was great. Really loved every second of it.
I want to know how they timed out the fireworks for that explosive moment in clarity.
Right. It's a big shout out to the pyrotechnic team here on this Monday morning.
But also Zed.
Yeah, and to Zed. So they put on a great show.
Where did you watch the fireworks?
I was the whole 4th of July day. I was with my family out in Centralia, Illinois. Shout out to Seatown. And then around nightfall, made the trip back to St. Louis. So saw fireworks kind of throughout everywhere.
Martin, what about you and the family?
We had folks over on Saturday. It was an outdoor party until it wasn't. The Starms came up.
The Starms.
We had everything all set outside. Really didn't have a contingency plan. And all of a sudden, oh, my God, everybody inside. But wonderful get-together, family. Didn't set off any fireworks. Didn't need to because the entire county and adjacent, plenty of fireworks.
It's kind of nice. You can kind of just be
really
at home.
Stop.
Yeah, you can just kind of be at home and just look up, and there was about 6 different fireworks shows going on.
Normally at midnight, if you're asleep and you hear, you're freaked out. Oh, it's the 4th. Oh, it's the 3rd. Oh, it's the 5th.
Yeah, they were still going on last night.
I believe it's going to go on for a little while. People will just have extras.
Yeah. In honor of the 4th of July, I sent Jackson an audio clip from Mike Francesa. And I realize this is in rummage sale, but Martin,
we got to get to it.
I'm going to take liberties with the Polos Plus dossier. You can go to polosplus.com and click on the TMA tab. And if you think this is a handsome cap that I'm sporting. You can get that along with T-shirts. After the Morning After gear is there as well, along with hoodies and quarter zips and polos. It's all there at polosplus.com. I've moved this up in the Polos Plus dossier.
It's a veteran move.
It's what happens, I guess, when you see something that Papers is prepared for, and you go, let's bring that dish out first. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Francesa, and this is who he's talking to?
Eddie in Queens.
Eddie in Queens, Martin.
Eddie in Queens, what's up, Eddie?
Hey, Mike.
What's happening?
I hope it's not.
I hope you can bring a little sanity. I hope you can bring a little sanity to this. Go ahead.
A little bit, and I was always waiting for the right moment to chime in with a few of mine. Is that okay? A little bit.
What are we talking about?
July 4th, 1961, doubleheader, the Tigers, Yankees. Do you remember that one a little bit, or you researched it, or recall that one?
No, man. What? Off the top of my head, you want me to remember July 4th, 1961? I was 6 years old.
Well, I think okay, because all right. Well, I know you had mentioned that that's when you were starting.
Yes, but you think I remember July 4th, 1961?
I don't expect you to, Mike, but it was one when Frank Larry laid down a bunt in the ninth inning and the second game of the doubleheader at the stadium, and I don't know. Just wondering if that even historically looking back, if that would ever.
What's the point?
There's no point.
What's the point of the Frank Larry? I'm trying to get. Why would you want to bring that up? Why? What is memorable about it?
They were in a heated pennant race with the
Tigers. But it was only July 4th. But go ahead. But they're in a pennant race. The Tigers were a great team that year, won 100 games and didn't win the pennant. We know that. Okay, but what's the point of that game?
There's no point. I just wanted to share with you, Mike.
That Frank Larry laid a bunt down?
It was an important part of my life, Mike.
Wait a second. Wait. Then tell me about what was the point? I'm missing the point.
Okay, maybe. All right. We'll leave it at that, Mike. Okay?
What is the point? I'm trying to give you a chance to explain it.
The point is that you had mentioned 1961 as
right.
That was important in your life of the Yankees,
now,
and it was an important part of mine too.
Eddie, I'm trying to give you. I'll give you one more chance before we say goodbye. What is important about the game?
What happened is that it was I'm feeling uncomfortable, Mike. Now I'm going to split. Okay.
I'm feeling uncomfortable. I'm going to split. That has like a between two ferns, like somebody was really in full character. It just meant a lot to me, Mike, and I just wanted to share. Was this weekend, or is that an old?
This is
so he's taking calls on Saturday?
No. He was telling 4th of July stories and baseball memories, and then Eddie from Queens, who at the start of the call said he had been waiting for the right time to share this one, brings up a bunt that was laid down on the 4th of July between the Yankees and the Detroit Tigers, a great team in 1961, and asked Mike for his memories. Mike was not happy because he was only 6. And then when he said, well, it was in the middle of a pennant race, he said, what was the 4th of July?
It can't be that heated. 2 months left of baseball.
I thought he said at the beginning, like on this Saturday. I'm like, oh my God.
It was the 4th of July. It said 4th of July, 1961. So that's why
I thought Francesa said
no,
bringing something on a Saturday.
No,
I thought he said
he barely brings anything on a Tuesday anymore.
Bet Rivas.
Yeah.
NBC Sports now is confirming what The Athletic reported overnight, that Belgium is indeed appealing the appeal of the United States. Flo Balogun, FIFA recession of the
it's a recession.
It's a recession of the suspension. And so now we will wait for FIFA's ruling on the appeal of the suspension.
I mean, it might be like Balogun's warming up, and they're like, hey, never mind. They bring out a comically big cane, like in the Looney Tunes, and bring him right out.
Didn't the Athletics report say that Belgium had till 5 a.m.
5 a.m. Pacific.
Okay, right.
5 a.m. Pacific.
To get in their paperwork, but
That's
so
correct.
did the U.S. I'm like, what does the U.S. have to do? Like, hey, we're good.
Yeah, right.
We're good with
We agree.
Yeah.
We agree. So at any moment, we could find out whether or not he's really playing. Can you imagine what it's going to be like if they say, okay, now he's not playing?
Right. It's such a clown show. It would be unbelievable. And then for all the people complaining about Belgium not being able to prep for that, imagine if you're Haji, right, or Ricardo Pepi, who would be the likely replacement for Balogun, who's like, all right, fellas, you were supposed to play, and now you're not going to play, but now an hour before the game, now you are going to play, then it's going to be, We talked about how if the U.S. would have lost to Bosnia because of the red card, Tim, I think you made the apt point of what that would have done to soccer interest going forward in this country. If you have a similar situation where Balogun is not allowed to play, you lose to Belgium, I think the same effect could be felt.
Yeah. Well, I mean, right now, Martin, you made this observation in our 7 o'clock hour that critics of soccer, people who have not gotten on board, because I think there are plenty of people who probably don't pay much attention to MLS who are, I mean, the numbers bear this out, who are incredibly invested in the World Cup, but then those who don't enjoy MLS or the World Cup are going, see, this is why I don't like it. You have a team that's not even involved in that match, the U.S. and Bosnia-Herzegovina, raging and appealing a ruling from that match. This is why I don't get on board with it. So that, no matter what, has played out. And then no matter the result tonight, that will be there. I suppose the only way that there is, quote, peace is if Balogun gets to play and Belgium still beats the United States.
Then yes.
But the United States beats Belgium. Globally, this is what you will be hearing about. We played audio of shows, and these aren't Belgian shows. This is Roy Keane. You have an American player talking about it as well, Herculez Gomez.
Yeah.
Here is what he had to say about it.
Yeah, to Ali's point, I mean, Ali's talking about an appeal process. There is no appeal process here at this FIFA World Cup. They're not allowed to do this. So take it one step further, Ali. This is moving the goalpost on the players, because all you want as a player is, if the referee is going to be bad on the field, be bad consistently so that the players can get used to it, so the players can adapt. There is no way to adapt here. Jan mentioned about in his village, the rules as you go. This is what it is here. I mean, I'm of the train of thought that it's not a red card in real time, but Ali said it best. With what we see, can you reverse it? And it's not even in the rules to allow it to be reversed. This is unprecedented. This is literally them making the rules up as they go. So I repeat, if you're an American fan, you should feel glorious right now, because you get your best goal scorer back, and he could literally be the X factor to advancing to the next round. If you're anybody but a U.S. men's national team fan, this feels off. It feels like the host nation is gaining a favor here.
And that is an American. So that's one of the few Americans who are saying that.
Right. I believe the Brits called it a PALS Act, because you have Trump calling the FIFA head, and then the ruling comes out on Sunday, and now it's being appealed. Taylor Twellman did point out a list of players who had their red card suspensions lifted or suspended, so that they could play. And it's not just Cristiano Ronaldo. There's a player from Argentina, a player from Ecuador, a player from Qatar, all had their... So they have this weird... I guess that's the problem, right? It's just sort of an undefined process.
Yeah, it's the Wild Wild West.
It's more on FIFA than anything. The ideal outcome is a 3-0 win and Balogun doesn't score. I'm just saying, if you want to, like, remove that asterisk from the game.
Sure.
I hate it for him. I hate it for the U.S., the men's team, which has had a fun run that's gotten people engaged. You just hate for anything to kind of take away from them.
Yeah, I still think, I say pish posh. I say, if he
says pish posh.
Yeah, whatever.
Do you guys give any credibility to the argument that the U.S. should not start or even play Balogun so as to not take advantage of the rules and be viewed as better sports? That's from Hockey Mike.
Hell no.
No.
Hell no.
Hockey Mike, your idea has been vetted.
I've seen that too.
We didn't give it much talk.
We're trying to. The U.S. is trying to make a run here. You're playing on home soil. If you're this is the most talented team they've had in God knows how long. You got to take your shot when you can.
And I think it helps too. And I pointed this out earlier that Balogun, when he first talked about it a day or two later, he said, "Listen, it's lessons in life. You got to do what you got to do." Basically said, I understand it's the rule. I'm sitting out. Had he been complaining profusely, it would look worse.
Yes, agreed. And plus, if it was a righteous call in the first place, it would be one thing. But it was a bad call to begin with. So this is like the proper way to go about it. Now, the process to get there was sloppy at best. But you don't say, okay, we're just going to not play him. No.
Well, they're not happy with Hockey Mike in this Air Comfort Service. Nice one, Hockey Mike. Go drink bleach. That's from the TMA Reddit Insider. Tell Hockey Mike to shut up. That's from Free Cairo. Hockey Mike needs to launch himself into the sun. That's from your mom's lesbian lover. So that was not well received.
Universally.
Yeah, across the board. That got universal approval in the text inbox. You can text in as well, 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. That's the TMASTL YouTube channel. Subscribe to the TMASTL YouTube channel, and that's where you can catch After the Morning After from 11 to 12. And we are here from 7 to 11. Doug vacationing this week. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, and myself bringing it with you here on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. I don't know what's about to happen here, Martin, but I was just told leading up to this FanDuel conversation that this one is such a lock. Martin's getting his pen ready.
Yep.
Everybody should. Everybody should. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Not anymore. With FanDuel's Super Sub, if your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you are still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started right now. And ladies and gentlemen, it is time for the play that Martin Kilcoyne and myself were told is such a lock. Here it is from Jackson Burkett, Soccer Insider.
2 World Cup games today. You got Portugal and Spain. Of course, the U.S. takes on Belgium. I like both teams to score, including extra time in both games. So you go to team props.
We're going 4-game parlay, and it's such a lock. It's not even funny.
2-game parlay. 2-game parlay here. You go to team props in your FanDuel section, and it'll say both teams to score. You're going to click yes on both the Portugal and Spain game and the U.S. Belgium game. That's going to come out to plus 133. But thanks to our friends over at FanDuel, they're giving you a 30% profit boost, making that plus 173 for both teams to score in both games.
I thought you said you liked both going extra time, too.
No, including extra time.
So they each.
So if they go 0-0 into extra time and then both score, you still get paid.
So all I need is a goal in each game
from each team.
So you'll be cheering for Belgium to score?
Not necessarily. I just think it will happen, and they'll write that.
Each team scores with both legs. Each team scores.
It's independent of using both legs.
Okay. Wow. Okay. I like our chances better then. All right. There it is. It's a lock. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer with FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present. Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, that summer heat is right here on us. Classic Air Care, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electric are here for you. And, folks, they're fast. They've got over 100 vans on the road. You've seen them. They've got those penguins on them. They can get places faster. Ask for same-day service if something has gone wrong with your air conditioning unit. And they're also pretty simple, just professional and trustworthy. If you're unsure about a company's diagnosis that you've had, well, you get a free second opinion from Classic Air Care before making a cost of repair or replacement decision. Let Classic Air Care's experienced technicians take a look. They'll inspect your system, review other companies' diagnosis. They provide you honest expert recommendations so you can move forward with confidence. Call Classic Air Care today for your free second opinion. Book an appointment online as well at classicaircare.com. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing this week and joining us as he always does on Monday mornings here on 101 ESPN and the TMASTL YouTube channel is the voice of the Blues, Chris Kerber. Morning, Kerbs.
Good morning, Tim. How are you?
Wonderful. Thank you so much. I'm curious on your perspective on what we heard from Alex Steen last week. Anything stand out to you? Certainly, we've heard a lot of rave reviews about Steen as a leader and his character and his sixth sense with the game of hockey. Anything stand out to you from that session?
Yeah, I got two things, I think. One, the rave reviews you're hearing are based on the quality of the character, the individual, what we saw from him, for over 12 years as a player with the St. Louis Blues, both personally and professionally. And those appear to be the kind of qualities, that are excellent to lead and become a general manager, as hockey smarts, et cetera. Now, to me, the key is somebody like Alex, they've got to stay true to who they are and they've got to stay true to themselves. You can't get too closed in, circle the wagons too much. You can't become, what's the word I'm looking for? Paranoid a little bit, with stuff getting out. Things, whatever it may be, just stay true to who you are and you're going to be fine. An example for me is, a guy that has plenty of hockey smarts, for example, Ron Hextall, right? Now, I'm not comparing these two personally to them. I don't know Ron Hextall personally, but as Ron Hextall's time as a general manager went on, the culture that wound up being created in Philadelphia was just awful, and it created more things. So I think being true to yourself, and he's the kind of guy that I think always will be, which is great. But then the second one, more specifically to his press conference, is I think it might have been Jeremy that asked him the question, that you'd expect, what type of team are you looking to build, et cetera, that kind of thing. And he kind of paused, and after saying a couple of things, he just says, "I just want a hockey team. Just want to build a hockey team." And to me, that's all Alex Steen is about. And to him, the hockey team is a group of guys that are together, that play the game together, that work well on the ice for each other, and have a special bond. And if he does that, that's we just learned what the key to his winning philosophy will be.
I think it'd be fascinating, too, the Armstrong relationship. I had an interview with Tom Stillman. He said, if you think of most businesses or successful companies, there is a succession plan. And yet in sports, we were kind of talking ahead of time. Most times it's GM just gets fired. When a new guy gets hired, comes in, hey, there's your office, there's the press, go talk to him. Maybe this is becoming more of a trend. We saw it a little bit with the baton handed from Mazalak to Chaim Bloom with the Cardinals. And I am fascinated, though, like the working relationship, because Army has had all the juice in the world, and now Steen gets to make the calls. I'm just kind of fascinated to see how that dynamic plays out.
Well, and I'm right there with you on this, too, because at some point, decisions do end up being made, and someone's going to have to make the final call. Now, who makes it when it comes to certain aspects of this? And I think Doug Armstrong's, Tom Stillman's, faith and trust in Doug Armstrong is just outstanding and totally earned, right? So I think what we'll see is over some time, these roles are still going to have to be defined. you know, I mean, John Davidson was, you know, originally, you know, president of hockey operations, you know, with Larry Plow, and then with Doug Armstrong, right? And you've seen some other organizations start to slide into this mode. We saw with the Cardinals, Martin, like, I mean, John Mozeliak became president of baseball operations. Gersh became general manager, but you never felt that Gersh was actually a general manager in what we understood the sense of that job to be, right? I mean, it was still John Mozeliak show all the way. I don't get the sense the Blues are going to have that same problem or scenario. So that I think that one of the real curiosities over this next season is how that, I wouldn't say it relationship, but how that role definition really starts to shine through and get defined.
And I think part of it will be Steen will be the voice of decisions. He's going to, now whether in the back room he says, what do you think, Doug? And they kind of workshop it together. I think the different, Mozeliak was always front and center. Gersh was literally to his right off to the side. I get the sense Army kind of wants to be in the background in terms of being the face of decisions.
Yeah, I think it does. And I think Doug has this idea, they've got this philosophy of how that really president of hockey operations is more manager of hockey operations, and the decision maker is still on the general manager. Because, you know, Doug's old school in this way, and always has been, you know, with always referencing Bob Gainey and guys that he's worked with along those lines, where, you know, I think that Doug views that general manager role as the role that he has fulfilled all those years, and I don't think he wants to shortchange that for Alex Steen. You know, the question will be, and we may never know, to be honest with you, but the question will be is, look, if, you know, Alex really wants to make a move and it's one that Doug's not quite as on board with, who gets to make that call? And I don't even know that we get to that point, because these two seem to be thinking right along the lines, and Alex is smart enough to know that he's got one of the smartest and best GMs in the game, you know, that's moving on, that's still consulting with him. So I think there's a lot of things that could come up, but you got to think their personalities means that a lot of things just won't be necessary.
It seemed like when they traded for Carlo and McTavish, okay, maybe not nasty players, but size, like getting a little bigger. And then when they go and sign Ross Johnson, it seemed to be, all right, we do need a little more edge. And Steen's quote was, it's an element we haven't had here in a long time. I think it's pretty obvious they felt they needed to add some toughness or some grit.
Yeah, and what makes it really obvious, Martin, is how quickly into that first day of free agency they did that, right? I mean, that they made sure that nobody else was going to get him. So it was really obvious to me that they identified a need and made sure that they filled it. And, you know, by trading for Carlo, by trading for McTavish, that essentially was their, you know, early free agency period. And then they rounded out their other needs with the signing of Johnston. And look, this is a guy that can kill somebody when he gets in on the forecheck. We saw that. We saw him board Justin Hall in that game in March, you know, out in Anaheim, and then Tyler Tucker, you know, stepped up to fight him. He's willing to fight, and it is an aspect of just some nastiness and a little, you know, careful, don't cause the guy's synapse to break kind of moments that the St. Louis Blues, you know, I think desperately needed. The guy in the top six that would do it on a regular basis, that was Braden Shen, and he needed some help in that eventually. And the guy on the bottom six that would do it is Nathan Walker, and there wasn't an intimidating size factor, you know, that and now the Blues have that, and so I love the fact that they signed into a couple-year deal so he can get comfortable and grow along with this group. And listen, I know it's not a role that is played the same way that it used to be played. But guys, it's still a role that I still see is very important in this game, especially when you have younger players coming up. You've got to have someone that says, don't worry about it, I got your back when you're out there. And it helps the development of younger players.
Chris Kerber with us on Mondays here on TMA, giving us his perspective on the St. Louis Blues. Kerbs, we always appreciate the time. Thank you so much.
All right, guys. Have an awesome week. Talk to you a little later.
That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Callier and Thompson phone lines. Doug is vacationing in the Hamptons this week, but Papers, he still wants to tell us about people. Who would he like us to talk about and learn about and know about and do things?
The STL tax lawyer. That's Mark Milton. You want to hear about him, Martin?
Are you currently sideways with the IRS? I hope not. But if you have years of unfiled tax returns or tax liens, bank levies, wage garnishments keeping you up at night, or even worse, you could be facing IRS criminal investigation. If so, you should contact STL Tax Lawyer Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com. Mark Milton and stltaxlawyer.com provide a local and holistic approach to tax resolution. Don't be sucked into the out-of-town tax resolution groups you hear about on TV and radio. Mark helps individuals and small businesses right here in St. Louis solve their tax problems. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, where he represented the IRS in tax cases around the country and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. You have any kind of IRS problems at all, contact Mark Milton at stltaxlawyer.com today, and you'll be saying, no, I am not guilty. I am with Milty. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
There it is, Doug vacationing in the Hamptons.
He wasn't at the wedding, though, was he? No, because the Hamptons would have been near.
I haven't heard, but I think everybody had to sign an NDA, so he might not be able to talk about it.
Maybe he was at a table with
there.
Cindy Crawford, Ed Sheeran. I've still got the list. Ice Spice was there. Papers, help me out.
Oh, yeah, I've seen. There was a time where there was a Chiefs game where Ice Spice was in the box.
Who is Ice Spice?
It's a rapper from,
I guess that.
from New York City.
Okay, Benson Boone was there.
Sure. He did the flip at the Grammys, was it? He sings that song. It's no good.
Sounds like you're down on Benson Boone's handiwork.
I'm sure
Spielberg, Cindy Crawford.
Spielberg?
I want to know the table arrangements.
You just wanted to be there to talk it over with Spielberg.
Yeah, just talk Jaws.
Has he been on Movie Boy yet?
He's coming up soon.
Nice.
And you went up to him and gave him your list of which ones were good and which ones were bad?
The guests go my mom, Gareth, and then Steven Spielberg.
You can email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today that comes your way in approximately an hour on the Polos Plus dossier. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, Chairman Kurt manning the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Send your emails in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. This is TMA 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Brewers and Cardinals tonight following the loss last evening to the Cubs. 6:45 p.m. first pitch. Dustin May on the mound for the Redbirds. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
This is the original, right? And then 50 Cent did his in 2003.
Yeah, Conway Twitty. Yeah, it was a cover of Conway Twitty.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug is in the Hamptons all week long.
What was that? Conway Pity, it says.
It's
your birthday.
50 Cent's birthday today. So I thought it was a good time to bring out
Conway.
That creation of Conway Twitty covering in the club.
Oh, but it says Conway Fitty?
Yeah. And I know 50 Cent, when he heard this, really enjoyed it. He did tweet about it, saying
like he actually did.
He thought it was hilarious.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
The main story this morning here on the program is what is an ever-evolving situation with the Flo Balogun suspension being delayed.
The ban has been suspended.
Balogun, good news is you're suspended. No, your ruling was suspended. So I'm out? No, you're back. So you're suspended.
Belgium and the United States overnight, for the record, this is overnight. So if you woke up and you thought that everything was the same as when you woke up or went to bed with this situation, that's not the case, as The Athletic had exclusive reporting that both Belgium and the United States had to submit an appeal on the appeal to a FIFA-appointed judge who was not affiliated with UEFA, European Soccer, or CONCACAF, which includes the United States. And then that unbiased, unaffiliated judge would make the decision on whether or not the suspension would hold. Mm-hmm. Thank you. Well, now, Martin, the gentleman who broke the story yesterday, Ben Jacobs. Jackson, you familiar with Ben Jacobs?
I don't know much about Ben Jacobs.
Seems to be a bit of a soccer insider.
He is, approximately 800,000 followers on the Twitter tweets. This is breaking this hour. RBFA issues a new statement. And that is, for the record, what do you think that stands for?
Say the acronym.
Royal Belgian
RBFA.
Royal Belgian Football
Association.
That's correct.
Yeah.
RBFA, the Royal Belgium Football Association, has issued a new statement accusing FIFA of making their appeal, quote, inadmissible, adding they have no choice but to, quote, challenge the players' eligibility for tonight's match. After learning through media reports, because, again, FIFA has not issued a statement on it. No. This is all from media reports, which further adds to the fun and games of the last 18 hours. After learning through media reports of FIFA's decision to lift the automatic suspension of player Balogun. I like that, player Balogun. The RBFA sent a letter to FIFA requesting a copy of the decision, an explanation of the process that had been followed, and setting out its position regarding the applicable regulations. As its only response, FIFA sent a letter to the RBFA stating that it considered this correspondence to constitute an appeal, that a judge had been appointed, and that the RBFA had only a few hours to complete that appeal. No information whatsoever was provided by FIFA. For an appeal to be admissible, FIFA's own regulations state that the reasoned decision must first have been communicated to the appellant. While the RBFA was merely seeking legitimate explanations, FIFA itself created an appeal and immediately ensured that it would be declared inadmissible. All of this occurred while FIFA simultaneously refused to respond to the RBFA's legitimate requests. Furthermore, During the match coordination meeting, FIFA deliberately removed the section concerning the automatic suspension of players from its presentation. This topic had nonetheless been part of all such meetings before each of the previous 4 matches. The RBFA questioned FIFA, both orally and in writing, about the reasons for this change, yet once again received no response. To be clear, as of this moment, the RBFA has still not received any decision or any explanation from FIFA regarding this matter. It therefore has no alternative but to challenge the players' eligibility for the upcoming match. Regardless of the sporting outcome of this match tonight, the RBFA is deeply saddened by the course of events and will continue to fight in the coming hours, days, and months in defense of the fundamental principles of ethics, fair competition, and the interests of football as a whole. That coming out just this morning as FIFA attempted to appeal the suspension of the suspension, but they were told that that appeal would be inadmissible. In the meetings that both sides have before games, the section in which the suspension of players was removed from the presentation, Belgium notes that they have played 4 games before this one, and in each one of those 4 meetings, they had tended to the automatic suspension of players portion of the meetings, but in the case of the meeting between the United States and Belgium by FIFA, it was removed from the meeting and not addressed as to why it was removed. And Martin, every hour we will have yet another development into the scumbaggery of the festivities taking place tonight in Seattle. I wonder when the 30 for 30 on this will come out. When do you think that'll come out?
Yeah, soon, quickly after.
It is frustrating for Belgium. I do think at some point you got to move on because it looks like you're poor sport. The ruling's made, but I think it's not about Balogun. It's about FIFA and the process, and everyone, even the soccer insiders, are saying, well, it's not clear what is the process. When did even the people who had red cards going into the tournament had those lifted? Famously, Ronaldo, one of those. That was prior to the World Cup. So they're saying, what about in the tournament? That's a different type of ruling. I get their frustration with the process and the lack of clarity. That's on FIFA for sure. I think they can make their point. They have. But if I'm them, again, hand pass Berube, if I'm them, I'd just move on to the match. At some point, you got to move on.
I think the one person perhaps FIFA is missing to help shepherd them through this situation is a man synonymous with integrity, and that's Sepp Blatter. But unfortunately, because his tenure as FIFA president ended after, quote, systemic corruption, bribery scandals, and controversial World Cup hosting decisions, he's just relegated Martin to tweeting about it.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure he has thoughts.
And Sepp Blatter.
And he's got Nevin Shapiro level credibility.
Sepp Blatter tweeted this morning at 1:46. Maybe he was at the Zed show and still coming down.
Sure.
Red cards are not overturned by political phone calls. They are overturned by rules, evidence, and independent bodies. If a United States president intervenes with the FIFA president and a player is suddenly cleared before a World Cup knockout match, the question is unavoidable. Good news, I took 4 years of Latin, so I should be able to handle this.
Okay.
Quo vadis FIFA. Football must never become a playground for political power. Martin, that comes from Sepp Blatter.
Jesus.
Who, by the way, is 90 and he's on Twitter, so good for him.
Oh, you know what that strikes me as? A guy with a dry beak. He's
one man on this.
Yeah, he's upset that he wasn't able
to
get some of that
a little bit
sweet,
for this
sweet
decision.
kickback.
Why did he? It would have been much better if he went on there and said, "Here's how it works. You ask for a little bit over in this account, and then you move it to this account, and then we say all good, all decided."
Yeah,
like he should just be honest here and say, "Here's how it works."
Yeah.
Here's who got paid.
Gift cards.
Here's what I did in '84 and in '92.
Yeah.
Whatever. Belgium needs to get some balls and play against our best. That's from the Native American baller.
Well, they're gonna be locked and loaded.
Now, we were accused in the 7 o'clock hour for talking. Well, we talked a lot of soccer, and then we kind of segued into the TNT wedding, Travis and Taylor. And then people asked if our balls were removed because we were talking soccer and celebrity weddings.
Would that make us a eunuch? Will we be eunuchs?
I think so.
Yeah.
Wasn't that the case with the guy in Game of Thrones?
Yeah, Lord Varys.
Yeah.
Master of Whispers.
Sorry?
Get with the program, brother.
That should be a new segment.
Get with the
right
program.
after rummage sale from the desk of Jack B. Get with it, brother.
So let's just play this out. Papers?
Yes.
Because in approximately 12 hours, assuming there is no weather delay like they had in Mexico City last night.
Brutal.
This will be coming to a conclusion on what you insist we call is the pitch.
Mm-hmm.
And let's say the United States wins 2-1 because both teams are going to score per inside word, just like with Spain and Portugal earlier in the day. And the game-winning goal is scored by Flo Balogun. How are things looking?
Yeah, there's going to be some people, mostly based in Europe, who are going to say this is stained, this is nonsense. There'll be some who are wiser will be like, well, this isn't on the U.S. They absolutely were in the right to play Balogun. But this is wrong on FIFA, and if the U.S. is to continue on this tournament, it'll always be colored with this bad decision or nonsense. And I say to that, who cares? Like I said earlier in the program, Americans get blasted for being ignorant when it comes to soccer. Even the fact they call it soccer, we call it soccer, gets blasted. So lean into the ignorance and say, yeah, whatever. It was a wrong decision to suspend him for a game. It was a wrong red card, and it was righted. That's it. So I would say, yes, if they are to win and Flo Balogun's a major player in it, there's going to be some chirping, and you just got to ignore that.
$5 says Belgium knocks our Weens into the pitch tonight. That's from the Veiled Prophet.
Belgium's good.
They're going to be a little banty, aren't they?
Yeah, but they're going to be playing in the raucous environment that is Lumen Field. Perfect setting for tonight's game. And they're going to feel it. But Belgium's really good. So it's like, if they are to win, I wouldn't say it's like, well, they were charged up because of the Balogun decision. They're good to start with.
Mahomes Longbody poses this question. Wouldn't we be pissed as American soccer fans if De Bruyne was red carded the previous game and then all of a sudden it was changed for him to play against the U.S. tonight? I understand the frustration. That's from Mahomes Longbody.
100%.
Jackson, you are considered a bastion of integrity on this program. I think more probably because of Movie Boy and QFTA and your handiwork there, but it carries over here. Let's say that this game was being hosted tonight in Brussels.
Sure.
And the United States was getting ready to go up against Belgium without one of their best players, who was red carded in the previous game, and then suddenly FIFA announced that player was going to be able to play, or media reports, because FIFA still hasn't announced this. This has been done via reporting. What would you say then?
Complain.
Okay.
Yeah, if it was I
respect your consistency.
If it was like KDB and he was going to be out for the game and they said he can come in, yes, Americans would be in the right to complain, as is Belgium fans are in the right to complain about this. Absolutely. Not necessarily about, because I just contend that the red card should have never been called in the first place, but the process of it, absolutely. Belgium is absolutely in the right to be upset about this and complain, and they should be, and appealing, yes, all of the above. Americans would do the same on the other end. At the same time, the idea, like, what was it, Hockey Mike saying, like, well, just don't play Balogun, therefore you can't say it's stained. Nonsense. BS. This is the time to take the shot. You're the host country. Go out there and win the damn game, whether you like I said, sweet kickbacks or not.
Hockey Mike trying to win a Musial Award. We're trying to win the World Cup,
exactly.
okay?
It's like, you remember that commercial, that terrible commercial where it was a basketball commercial and the pass goes out of bounds, but the guy tips it at the last second and they call it in favor of his team, and he goes and tells the ref that it was off him and to change the decision? One of the worst commercials I've ever seen in my life. This is nonsense. You don't do that. This is sports. We're trying to win.
And if FIFA had come out on Thursday and said, we understand the backlash, we will review it, here's the process, red cards during the World Cup can go to a review process, we'll have a decision by the week.
But you're expecting some level of competency over one of the most corrupt sports federations in the entire world, if not the.
I like how we just accept it.
But you know what you're going into,
Tim, they're not happy on my inbox.
What's going on in your inbox?
Hand pass Berube, very clever. Who's writing your stuff? Stu Glitenic. That's from Mike Caruso.
Generous executive Mike Caruso, where's my rematch?
Maybe that's why he avoids the regular inbox so you can snipe him.
Yeah, exactly.
Hand pass Berube. You move on.
Right.
Play the game.
Right.
I'm good with that. If it came from Stu, my inner Stu, possibly.
It felt like the U.S. was prepared to do that with the Balogun decision.
Is this a Jackson heel turn going on? That's from Ryan Day's Nipple Rings.
In what way?
Ryan Day's Nipple Rings. Call in 314-974-0101, and you and Jackson can sort this out because Jackson's making a heel turn per Ryan Day's Nipple Rings.
I don't see how I'm making a heel turn. This is a very pro-America stance I'm taking here.
And by that, it's a heel turn because you're Libby Jack, your papers Acosta, you know what I mean? That's
right.
The heel turn, is that you're on the side of the U.S.
Well,
That's
I'd say patriotism wears many different hats.
Yeah.
Clip that off. Sick Dotem Rip hoodie, Tim. It's fire. That's some hard-bodied. And I was thinking what that meant, but I guess I'm wearing a Dotem T-shirt.
Yeah, it's a sweet tee.
Yeah.
A beautiful logo on that Dotem.
Yeah.
I'm wearing the old US of A top here.
Nice.
Patriot. This is our Stiefel friend. This is from the U.S. ski team.
The great Spencer Head. Yeah. And you're attracted to Spencer?
Well, I just identified that he kind of looks like Brooks Koepka. And
Are you attracted to Brooks Koepka?
Similar distance. No.
Could be awkward.
I do like how
he's
got his
lining up guests.
He's got his trolling shirt, his trolling hat,
Classic.
his trolling hat back on.
Brooks does?
Oh, yeah. Bryson DeChambeau was interviewed saying like, I used to be one of the best major champion contenders, and now I've missed the last couple of cuts, and people think it's because of the YouTube stuff. And it was like this really long video that was pretty lame to watch. And Brooks Koepka commented, "Cool story." He's back,
They're
baby.
back.
Yeah,
they're back.
I don't mind that.
Oh, I love it.
They're not happy with Mahomes' long body for suggesting that he understands where the Belgians are coming from. He wants to be soft launched into the sun.
No, I think that's a fair take. To say like you can understand where the Belgians are coming from. It still doesn't matter, and you're still going to play Balogun, but you can understand the Belgians' frustrations.
And that's your heel turn?
Maybe. I wouldn't say it's a heel turn.
Maybe Christian Pulisic's like, hey, I thought I was the big deal here.
Right.
Nobody's worried about me.
He's getting upstaged.
Maybe he comes out and puts up a brace.
Yeah, that'd be awesome.
I've always said that Jackson is a man of unquestioned integrity, and now we see the dark side of Jackson Burkett. That's from your mom's lesbian lover.
It's the dark side.
I don't get what have I said that's
your heel turn is that you're pro-America. That's the heel turn.
In terms of soccer, yes. We're going like we're rocking and rolling, baby. This is the time to get it. This is awesome.
You are secretive soccer sharp. How about the fact that the Stars have all scored a ton of goals? That Holland, who looks like Ivan Drago.
His second goal yesterday was filthy.
He's a monster. He looks like Brian Bosworth.
He's awesome. And the Viking row they do, 10 out of 10.
Sportsmanship's so overrated. It stops after high school. Grow up and play to win. It's professional sports. That's from Packer Day.
Well, I think there's a difference between like helping up a player who's hurt on the ground. That's a nice example of sportsmanship. Or in soccer, oftentimes if a guy like actually really gets hurt and you have like a breakaway, you might like kick the ball away because you went down. That's a thing that happens. But when you have an opportunity like this to play your best goal scorer, because FIFA, whether it's right or wrong, is allowing it, you got to go take that chance. You don't just leave a guy on the bench for the sake of sportsmanship. Nonsense.
Do you think Blaze Jordan didn't play Saturday, Sunday because it was being sporty towards the Cubs?
Right. A
for
gesture
me,
of good
felt
faith.
bad, and he chucked it into right field. It felt bad for the Cubs.
Get out of here.
307 friends are in the Form Energy YouTube chat, and they're talking it over. And that includes Dr. Xander Malanthrop, RBSTL, Walrus King, Don PP, G-Man, and Mandrake. They're all talking to Ari Goldsburner in there. You can talk it over. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. Open up YouTube, type in TMA STL, and you can watch the program anytime you want. You can go back and podcast as well on there. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel, and you can talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Brazil. Papers, you loved it.
Loved it. He's very funny, Erling Haaland. He's not to mention an outstanding soccer player, but really, really funny. So Norway, I was rooting for Norway against Brazil yesterday. And I didn't really have rooting interest in the England-Mexico game, but I was treated to, well, that was just awesome. World Cup action's been, this weekend especially, really, really
And the
good.
Viking row came out. Thomas Todland plays for City SC. He's from Norway. He played with Holland growing up.
Right.
And I was talking about that Viking row, and he said, I think it's after the video they released saying we're coming to America, and they did the giant Viking ship.
Yeah.
And they were kind of having fun with that as their hype video, I guess, before the World Cup. So I don't think it was a thing before that.
I'm not sure on that. I think it's something that they've done before in Norway a lot, but I don't think they brought it to the World Cup before.
Okay, he seemed to think, coming off that video where they're in the giant ship, that everybody kind of made it into the row, and then they did it in Boston, and it's pretty damn cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
The odds for tonight's festivities between the United States and Belgium, which every hour there is a new story on this appeal or lack thereof, as Belgium is now claiming is the case, that they are not allowed to appeal the suspension of Flo Balogun. The United States has now moved into a stronger favorite position, I gather, because of the suspension of the suspension. The United States now minus 130, Belgium plus 108. In the game that takes place at 2 p.m. today, Spain minus 235 against Portugal plus 186. But Jackson Burkett has already revealed, Martin, how we can make money, and that is to pick essentially all 4 teams to score, and that includes extra time.
Yep.
And that's how we get paid?
That's how we're going to get paid.
Okay.
Yeah.
I've never seen you more committed to a take than that.
Yeah.
Oh, I feel very strongly about it. I feel very strongly about that. It's a 2-leg parlay, so all 4 teams to score.
You hate clean sheets. You don't see them happening
I don't
today.
see a clean sheet today. The too many great goal scorers on the field.
And they're all scoring.
Yeah.
Who's going to get the golden boot?
Probably probably Holland, although Messi keeps scoring, and I don't see, like, Argentina's path to the final is nice, to say the least.
Hard to bet against him.
Right.
Harry Kane kind of in the mix. Holland, they'd have to keep winning.
Right. Holland, Norway would have to keep winning. That's the thing. Because I think they're currently tied.
Mbappe?
Yeah. So it's either going to be
Messi or Mbappe.
And Messi or Mbappe, just because I think that they're going to make it the furthest. I don't know how much longer Norway's going to make it. But pretty cool story.
And you've been consuming a lot of this. Do you enjoy the Fox presentation?
Love it. Yeah, I think it's been really
Doug
solid.
wants a few more Americans on that set, but
we
got some soccer aficionados.
But even like in the delay last night, like I thought they did a good job of like keeping the entertainment value to like I wasn't like locked in on the 45 minutes leading up to it.
But they
because
kicked it
of the
up to
delay.
Seattle for a lot of breakdown, then they kicked it back to Mexico
They
City.
did a good job of putting the attention on the atmosphere in Mexico City and how cool the Azteca Stadium is. So I thought they've done a very good job, and I like anytime Zlatan's on the television screen, it's good television to me.
He has
and Thierry Henry.
The Zlatan-isms. Like, what did you think of the game? And he's like, when a lion goes into the forest,
yes,
he will eat large. And then like after the next game, Zlatan, what did you think? He's like, it is a seal clubbing another.
I think they've done a great job.
He's
of
like a Zoolander character.
Right, balancing him, who was outstanding, one of the best Swedish players of all time, with Thierry Henry, who's like one of the best players of the last 30 years. And he's much more reserved and composed in his analysis. So I think it's a good...
Understated, a little bit hyperbole.
Right.
And then they took Alexi and
they just kind of shipped him off.
But I don't think that's for good. I think that's just to highlight the American coverage.
Agreed, yeah.
I think he'll be back with the other fellows who don't seem to really appreciate that he's on the same dais with them.
As is the case, every hour there is something new with regard to Belgium and their attempt to appeal the suspension of Flo Balogun's one-match ban. Now we have UEFA, European Soccer governing body, issuing the statement that FIFA and the decision to suspend the United States men's national team striker Flo Balogun's one-match ban is, quote, incomprehensible and has crossed a red line. That now coming from UEFA this morning. Balogun, of course, received the red card in the win over Bosnia and Herzegovina. this past Wednesday for a foul under world governing body FIFA's own rules. Balogun was set to be banned for one match and would not be available to face Belgium today. Multiple FIFA officials told The Athletic after the game that a team is not able to appeal against a red card or the subsequent suspension. However, despite his dismissal, the striker is now available to face Belgium in the round of 16 on Monday night after an intervention involving President Donald Trump, government officials, the United States Soccer, and an extensive legal team. The ban has been suspended for a probationary period of 1 year rather than being overturned. The decision is now criticized by the Royal Belgian Football Association, who called it, quote, a direct contradiction to the competition regulations. And according to The Athletic, early this morning, and I'm talking about 4 this morning, Belgium was granted the right to appeal against FIFA's decision. But then Belgium, per Ben Jacobs on the Twitter tweets, has issued a statement saying that they have been told they cannot appeal to advance the story. And so now UEFA is involved, and UEFA is calling it crossing a red line for the game. So that is where things stand as of 9:15. I look forward to seeing what takes place in the next 60 minutes as we are 10 hours away from this thing getting underway in Seattle.
Papers, can you find me a clip? It's a movie, Woody Allen movie years ago called Bananas. And at one point, he's in front of it's a Banana Republic. Said, "This is a mock of a sham of a mock of." I think we're at that level now.
Is that where the guy represents himself and goes back and forth asking himself questions?
I believe yes.
Yeah.
But it's a mock of a sham of a.
Yeah.
Well, Papers looks for that. Here is the UEFA statement. Yesterday's decision to suspend for a probationary period of a year the implementation of the one-match automatic suspension following the red card issued to the player Flo Balogun crossed a red line. Football, like any other sports, relies on rules, which are the basis for fair, honest, and transparent competition. Sometimes rules are open to interpretation. In this case, not. A minimum automatic suspension of one match following a red card is not a discretionary option and does not require the decision of a competent body to be enacted. It is a principle embedded in regulations which cannot be made subject to exceptions, let alone in the middle of a tournament where several other players have been in the same situation and regularly served their suspension. When the certainty of rules is no longer guaranteed by its guardians, the integrity of the game is at stake and the credibility of a competition is undermined. We express our disbelief at such an unprecedented, incomprehensible, and unjustifiable decision that comes from UEFA.
Maybe Doug's right. Maybe they need an orange card because the red card is very damning. So if you punch a guy on the field or violently attack him, that's a red card.
I had a lot of people over the weekend tell me they're on board with Doug's orange card.
The
orange card?
Yeah. They seem to like
Well, they don't hand out many yellows, and then they don't make a call. Then they go to the video. Oh, that's a red.
They handed out
It
yellow
elevates quickly.
1 minute into the game in the Mexico-England game last night. 1 minute in.
Well,
Declan Rice booked.
And then the English player, he's out for the next game.
That was an aggressive tackle. You want that audio?
I object, Your Honor. This trial is a travesty. It's a travesty of a mockery, of a sham, of a mockery, of a travesty, of two mockeries, of a sham. I move for a mistrial. Do you realize?
See, that's it. That's what's going on. Tim will have the latest. If I could also, Papers, maybe like a little sounder for breaking news, like the current affair, something to let us know that we have an update. So, Tim, the latest is that they can't appeal, but they are appealing.
They were told that they could appeal per The Athletic, and that both the United States and Belgium had to get their statements to the FIFA-appointed non-UEFA, non-CONCACAF judge who would make a decision, and they had to do that by 5 this morning Pacific time. Belgium, per Ben Jacobs on Twitter, has now issued a statement being told that they, quote, were not allowed to appeal. And, quote, the RBFA has issued a statement accusing FIFA of making their appeal inadmissible, adding they have no choice but to, quote, challenge the player's eligibility for the upcoming match. And they said, regardless of the outcome of this match, the RBFA is deeply saddened by the course of events and will continue to fight in the coming hours, days, and months in defense of the fundamental principle of ethics, fair competition, and the interests of football as a whole. So how they plan to handle it going forward, we shall see. UEFA, just within the last hour, has issued a statement saying that FIFA has now crossed a red line. Jackson, are you familiar with Jurgen Klopp?
Yes, absolutely. The Liverpool coach.
That's right. He has issued this statement. The suspension of Balogun's ban was also criticized by former Liverpool manager Jurgen Klopp, who focused on the apparent involvement of Trump and Infantino. Quote, if that really was the case, then that is crazy. Let's just say this. This is our game, not theirs. These two people, Trump and Infantino, who both have no idea about football, should have nothing to do with that. That was a red card. There's no two ways about it. So that is the statement from the former Liverpool coach.
Try this one for size, Martin. It's a good little breaking news sounder.
All right. What's that sounder from, Pappas?
It's just a royalty-free breaking news sounder.
A royalty-free?
Royalty-free.
Yeah.
Duty-free.
Yeah, talk about dry beaks. Talk about a dry beak. So next time we have an update, which I'm sure will happen in moments, we will have that.
And I was reading about our guy, Sepp Blatter, who is the former FIFA president, left under
disgrace.
less than ideal circumstances. Controversy came. England was supposed to get the 2018 World Cup, and it went to Russia.
Sure. Naturally.
England received just 2 of their, quote, promised votes. Controversy, though, was dismissed by Blatter. He said the English are just bad losers. He took the check and ran.
Oh, there was a press conference once he was giving where some fan comes out with like a bunch of money and just throws it at him and is like, you need more, Sepp? You need more, as he's getting pulled out. It's incredible.
Well, if we beat Belgium, the US of A, tonight, we just say they're just bad losers.
Rematch from 2014. Where the Belgians knocked us out.
And even during the World Cup qualifying, we lost to Belgium 5-2. So keep that in mind, Papers. You're making those plays tonight. Yeah. Recent history.
Yeah. But there's a different U.S. side. And the Belgian team, it looks eerily similar to the 2014 one.
They're an older squad.
Kevin De Bruyne and Romelu Lukaku.
Do you remember watching that?
I absolutely vividly remember watching that.
High school summer?
Yeah. Sophomore, going into my junior year of high school.
Get over it, Europe!
That's from the 636.
I think that's just a great overall take.
Yeah, get over it, Europe.
Yeah.
You're welcome to send
New
your
segment
text.
Papers.ca. Get over it, Europe.
314-399-9646. You could also get involved by talking it over in that Form Energy YouTube chat where 293 friends like the overbearing sports dad says Euro pores are so angry they might take a shower this month. Jackson, that is in the...
Good joke.
I would like to know
the 80s.
But if you're a
that's like Buzz in Home Alone's like, I hear the French girls don't use deodorant or shave their arms.
If you're a
Buzz, your girlfriend, woof. Thank you.
If you're a Norwegian fan, though, what is your budget? You came over here like, if we win, we stay.
I know.
Just keep traveling all over the freaking place.
I imagine. I mean, people save up for this for a long time.
Down to 95.
Right.
Where's the next game? Miami. Okay, where's the one after that? Seattle. Where's the one after that?
Boy,
Mexico.
Those Norwegians, much like myself, are going to have to face the sun down in Miami in the middle of the summer.
That's where they play next?
Yeah, oh yeah.
Norway, England in Miami.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's going to be
a bit toasty, eh?
Well, it's certainly going to be bright.
I was observing during the commercial break with these fine boys that this, if you get the United States through, and if you get Argentina and Colombia, your final 8 in the quarters. France and Morocco. So you would have Mbappe against Morocco, a team that made it to the semis in 2022.
22, yeah.
Then you, no matter what, Portugal or Spain, you can't go wrong. Spain was the favorite before having some struggles early on when France became the favorite. Portugal and Spain winner against the United States, Norway and England, and Argentina and Colombia. I mean, that is damn near as good as it can get.
Yeah, it's just outstanding.
You're talking Duke, Kentucky Final Four.
Yeah. And
for those unaware,
it's shaping up to be. I mean, France is likely the team to come out of that one side, and then I would have thought Argentina, but they did struggle with Cape Verde.
All time.
That was awesome. That was a great
all-time game.
I was rooting so hard for the Cape Verde guys towards the end there, and I thought that they were going to equalize, but
I had, just for the hell of it, put $10 on Cape Verde. Then they started calling them Cape Verde again, whatever.
It's all over the place.
Either way. And that was paying $180. I was like, I'm probably lighting it on fire, but for the hell of it. But even if I wouldn't have had a nice little taste on it, I mean, I was at I don't know if I would call it an event, just a place with a bunch of people, and everyone was watching that and enamored with it. You want to talk about maybe the 30 for 30 is just on the 2026 World Cup in general.
There's a lot, and we're, still got plenty of tournament left.
Yeah. I mean, it is something else. Yeah, I don't know if you boys saw the hero's welcome they received yesterday upon landing.
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. It kind of stunk. I know, and the Cardinal game obviously was certainly the attention on 4th of July evening, but it's like as we get deeper in the tournament, no night game for the World Cup. I was like, oh, damn. I wish there was one more game tonight. And then the Cardinal game delayed.
Well, they talked about moving the Mexico game earlier. On Saturday, they said it may have to go earlier because of the weather.
They were talking about the weather, but then sources were saying they were worried that fans would be so intoxicated it could be a dangerous atmosphere.
Right.
So there was real talk about moving that game up.
It did feel like watching, and even that Darren Fletcher, it's a pot of keg here with all the controversy going into that, and then they were the... Mexico had like the player down. They were basically stopped the game, and the referees basically pushing players away from him.
Yeah,
I thought that place could have erupted.
It was,
and when Harry Kane scored, they ran into the corner. There were beers flying. You could tell they were getting peppered with stuff.
Yeah,
but my theory is, Fox says there's no way that game's not at night. Sunday night, must see TV.
Did you hear Fletcher saying as soon as Mexico scored that first goal, they had their producer had to put umbrellas over them because the Mexican tradition is throwing your beer up in the air, and they're getting rained on with beer as the Mexicans score.
I told you last week when they were at Ballpark Village, they said there was like a foot of beer on the floor because they were doing that every time.
Yeah,
but it's been great theater. You could not have scripted a better World Cup storyline, star players, the games themselves.
Yep.
It's been outstanding. And I know there's people, I don't care about soccer. That's fine.
Starfish Street, actually, Martin.
Okay.
More proof of so-called football being a second-tier sport. It's all just a big soap opera at Starfish Street.
Okay. I like the soap opera elements of it. I think that plays into it.
The NFL, the NBA, ever read ESPN.com, it's all soap opera.
As is Major League Baseball with the CBA going on right now, the negotiations, that's all soap opera stuff.
Some leagues
Bryce Harper, Rob Manfred came into the locker room and Bryce Harper was dressing them down. Is that not a soap opera?
Iggy is not happy either with the discussion. Get the soccer out of your system before 11, boys.
Okay.
4 minutes.
Well, you could have just stopped at Iggy's not happy, and that would have been just fine. I think my favorite topic of the whole day was the fact that Iggy could have hit Joe Buck up for some autographed material while at the Taylor Swift Kelsey wedding.
I really like the idea of him bringing home a slice of the wedding cake for Iggy to sell a gobble bowl.
Oh, it's for charity. He's leaving Madison Square Garden like, Mr. Buck, did you just steal Ice Spice's wallet? No, it's for charity. It's for Iggy. Hey, Dakota Johnson, you mind signing something real quick?
Well,
it's a gobble bowl.
What's that, Papers?
I'm a big fan of Dakota Johnson.
You like her work in 50 Shades of Grey?
She was in The Materialist last year. And when
is that because you think she's sporting?
Well, any child of Don Johnson is a winner for me. I love Don Johnson.
Was she born here? I tell you something weird. No,
born in St. Louis?
The Kevin Nealon effect?
Thinking of somebody else, maybe. I'll look it up. Sacha Baron Cohen was there.
Nice. Borat.
Fergie was there. Adam Scott was there. Reese Witherspoon, Conan O'Brien.
The only thing that could have, the coolest thing that could have happened is instead of Sandler, they have Sacha Baron Cohen marry them as Borat. So he could say my wife.
Oh, yeah.
That would be awesome. That'd be, if we're making dream weddings.
Are we making dream weddings?
Sign me up I want Borat to be my officiant.
So that's what's going to happen? Borat's going to...
Would that not be the greatest wedding of all time?
And Martin says even if he's not invited, he's showing up to your wedding.
Oh, guaranteed.
I imagine you'll be
I'll be like Dustin Hoffman in the... Let me in.
Email in for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That comes your way in approximately 15 minutes here on the Polos Plus dossier. Martin, do you know anything about Seth Goldcamp and his handsome repairman?
Oh, love Design Air. They were out a couple of weeks ago, just a little maintenance check, and boy, the timing could not have been better right before the big heat wave. So if you have any issues, you know where to go for your heating and cooling needs year-round. That's DesignAirService.com. Sign up for that maintenance plan. That means they will be out to your home on a regular basis just to make sure things are being checked on and make sure things are running properly. We had the folks out recently. I didn't catch a name. I regret. I mean, that's more Doug's thing anyway. It gets kind of creepy. We just had a great repairman come out to the house, little maintenance check. Everything's going great. We bought the furnace in the wintertime, and it's just an outstanding operation. Everything they do there is top flight, including the employees. Just great team of people that are working at Design Air. You can tell the difference when they're in your home. Love hearing the reviews from our listeners who have worked directly with Design Air. You know what we're talking about. Absolute professionals, just pleasant people that know what they're doing, not trying to sell you something they don't need. You can tell a family-owned business, that's what it is. Seth Goldcamp's fourth generation. They've been doing this for more than a century in St. Louis. Technology changes over the years, but their commitment to the customer does not. There's a difference. Find out for yourself at DesignAirService.com. Also, doesn't appear Dakota Johnson has anything to do with St. Louis.
Okay.
What am I thinking of? There was a young child actor, female child that was from, I'm thinking of some...
Like a Nepo baby one? Like Maya Hawke?
Taylor Momsen.
Is she a Nepo baby?
She's St. Louisan.
Oh, okay.
I believe Iggy has a rapport with her, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, she'll sign something.
Find out at 11 when the soccer top halts.
I'm going to have to... The day after the ask...
Have you made any progress on the Kachuk?
What was it for? Oh yeah. I've got a...
You gotta get
the
a
taxi
sign
bouncing back.
Guys,
Jackson told me sprint past the AFTA studio, AMTA, whatever it is.
AFTA.
I saw Dakota Johnson at Wally's last week. That's from Will Clark's post-game bevy. Is that right?
Hell yeah.
Nice.
I knew that was coming.
Shocker. Jackie likes two sports that love flopping, NBA and soccer. That's from the Gray Summit Grey Goose Guzzler.
That's right. What are you going to do about it?
I don't think we knew
Not a damn thing.
We didn't know your soccer passion until...
This guy gives us picks and we make money.
Even passion.
No, but you follow it like when you said, "Oh, that's the Liverpool coach." I'm like, "Holy crap!"
That's Jurgen Klopp.
Okay, but until this World Cup came around, I don't think we knew that about you.
Well, there's always
you're full of surprises, fella.
Like a lasagna, just another layer.
He's like a lasagna.
Very similar.
You're like Zlatan. You've got these isms you just roll out there. His usually involve an animal and eating.
Yeah.
Iggy's prison window hand in the Forum Energy YouTube chat says, shame on Henshin and Martin if they don't get that signed gear. Really leaving a putt out there, guys. That's from Iggy's prison window hand.
I like the use of shame. See, the Marlins manager lifted the pitcher. I forget. He had a perfect game through
perfect
7.
game going.
It was in Sacramento, and they started chanting shame.
So the request again for you is to get Brady Kachuk, Matthew
Brody Kachuk was the ask.
And Walter to sign a hockey stick.
Yeah, so 2 Olympic gold medalists. One of those 2 is a 2-time Stanley Cup winner. The other just went into the Hockey Hall of Fame. And I need to get all 3 to sign a stick. And Doug even said, who's paying for the stick?
Right. A fair question.
And then to which Iggs said, well, it's for charity.
Yeah.
And Doug said, but who's paying for the stick?
Yeah. I think he said Matthew probably has one lying around.
He has one lying around.
Right.
Iggy says Momsen has signed a couple of times for Gobble Bowl.
Nice.
Don Pepe now. You're a sports writer for the main Indianapolis newspaper, and you can't get a ball signed by the WNBA? So Brian Henshin is taking it right now.
Just by the league? Just by the league needs to sign it?
Press conference with Caitlin Clark, always amid some controversy. Well, hey, real quick, Miss Clark. Yes, Mr. Henshin, you had a question? No, actually, I have a ball that I need signed.
Right.
Mr. Henshin, that is not proper. Well, it's for charity. Jeez. Maybe bring Ken with him to the presser.
That would be great.
Well, it's for charity.
Brian Henshin has issued a statement in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Oh, man, asking Caitlin Clark for an autograph was on my list for Friday when we spoke with her for the first time in over a week, but shucks, just couldn't get it done. Oh, well. What the hell? That's Brian Henshin, who is supposed to get an autograph ball from Caitlin Clark for Gobble Bowl. And Martin, you're supposed to get an autographed hockey
from
stick
the entire
from the
Kachuk crew.
family.
And Ken says he's tried, but it keeps bouncing back. Well, he says, hey, Matthew, take my phone. How did this guy just bounce it back or something? I think that probably happened.
Who knows?
And now Henshin has been called a skid mark to society by Ari Goldberger.
That seems unfair.
And it's getting rough in the Form Energy YouTube channel. Now it's getting rough in there. That's a bad scene. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up on the program. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen, which is online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen, the presenting sponsor of TMA, now going back for 3 years. And we are grateful for their support. And we ask the audience to support the sponsors here on the program, Brown and Crouppen. Getbc.com. And you hear from Ed Herman, you hear from Andy Crouppen, you hear from Terry Crouppen. They are able to come in studio because they are locally founded and operating here in St. Louis, going back to 1979. It's Brown and Crouppen at getbc.com. Remember, they don't get paid unless you get paid. It's Brown and Crouppen, 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com. The program's called TMA. We broadcast from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN. Delmar Mortgage and Ryan Luchtefeld is who I have been working with here for the last few months. Just got an email from Ryan on our whole process, and it has been seamless. We are very grateful for Ryan Luchtefeld and his team at Delmar Mortgage. That's a family business going back 60 years. Ryan's been working with Delmar Mortgage for 13, and he's been in the industry for more than 2 decades. He gives out his personal number at 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608 to call or text if you are looking to buy a home, if you are looking for down payment assistance, if you want to close in as little as 2 weeks. They have pre-approvals and fast-track options. They're going to make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents. You're going to get that personal local touch with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. It's DelmarMortgage.com. Call or text Ryan Luchtefeld directly on his personal cell, 618-593-3608. That's 618-593-3608, Delmar Mortgage. Well, in the United States, they view this as a rocky moment, but around the world, not so much. Papers, you familiar with Dale Johnson?
Yes, I believe. Yeah.
Oh, wow.
I think he's a soccer, what they call pundit, right?
Well, he calls himself a football issues correspondent for BBC Sport.
Football issues.
I like that.
Because there's so many that we have to have a football issues correspondent.
Yeah.
You're looking at
I'd
me
like
for,
to
boy.
apply. I'd like to nominate myself for uniform issues correspondent.
I like that. I think you do. I'll be Girl Films correspondent.
There we go. Martin, nostalgia merchant.
Oh, I am a nostalgia merchant. I wouldn't mind retweeting that Sundecker's picture.
So more people can ridicule me and say I wouldn't have survived on the landing.
Is that what they told you?
Yes, they said I wouldn't have been able to handle it.
It was a bunch of frat people.
Right.
I was
seems
there.
like it might
I
have
was
flourished.
rushing people for the Zai chapter of the Sigma Chi.
I think I would have likely
frat,
flourished.
which may or may not be back on campus in Columbia. I think it is back.
I think
on
they're
campus.
back. I don't know if they're back at.
No, we're back in the house.
Are they?
It's kind of like Ryan Fernandez. Is he on Memphis or is he on the Cardinals? Gordon Grissel. And you like, I don't know. Is Sigma Chi on or off campus? I just don't know.
But Dale Johnson, who Jackson in a big development is actually
I've heard the name.
familiar with.
Yeah.
After the Royal Belgian Football Association issued a statement on their attempt to appeal, says, this is an incredible story. The Belgian Football Association saying it didn't appeal, it only asked for the written reasons for the suspension of the Balogun suspension. FIFA considered this request for an explanation to count as an appeal, and then the appeal is now being considered inadmissible because Belgium did not have any written reasons.
So when they had to scrap together this post at 7 a.m. Central Time, 5 a.m. Pacific, where they are right now.
That's correct.
It was that their written notice was, we are appealing, but didn't give a reason. What other reason would they have to appeal?
FIFA considered the request for an explanation to count as an appeal, but because in that request Belgium did not include any reasons, the appeal was deemed inadmissible, and they are not happy in Belgium. The Royal Belgian Football Association has issued a statement. It is thorough. It is angry, and they are not happy. And they said their only course of action at this point is to challenge what takes place this evening. To be clear, as of this moment, the Royal Belgian Football Association still has not received any decision or explanation from FIFA regarding this matter. It therefore has no alternative but to challenge the players' eligibility for the upcoming match. So here we go. This has turned into quite a little saga, and I just don't think that it's over between now and the time that this thing gets underway at 7 p.m. in Seattle.
So it was reported that Belgium had appealed the reversal.
That's correct.
On Balogun, and they are saying we didn't appeal. We asked for clarification or document it, like what was
That's
the
correct.
decision, and FIFA said, that counts as an appeal.
That's correct, and therefore it's inadmissible because you did not fill out the reasons section of the appeal document.
Well, and you're making up the rules as you go. You know, I think anything flies. This reeks of NFL relocation protocols.
Where's Eric Grubman when you need him?
Yeah.
I do think the FIFA, he may have to address this at some point.
No shot.
But
he will not. If I
does
were a
he
betting man.
Does he have a VP of operations,
No, he
special
speaks.
projects?
He speaks.
Well, we need the vice president of special projects to step forward today and address this.
I mean, but they like answer to nobody, you know, like
this whole, instead of a soccer match being played on the field, we're having a war at Kinko's. They're like faxing each other statements. That sums it up. You just have him in your holster ready at any time.
He'll forever be a fixture here.
There are this is not the official account of Swiss football. Switzerland still lurking out there?
Yeah, they have Egypt.
Is this Switzerland's time? That's right.
I like Egypt.
The Swiss football data account saying Belgium, you need to save football, just refuse to play tonight. FIFA will lose millions of dollars. Broadcaster and sponsors will be furious and that's all that counts to them anyway.
Cool by me.
You're fine with that.
See you on
Belgium
Friday.
forfeiting.
Yeah.
Friday at Martin, it'll be on Fox at 2 p.m. if the United States were to advance, and that game would be at Kevin Demoff's place.
I believe SoFi is the locale.
Jackson and I would like it on the record that we are almost as angry about the 2 p.m. start as we are about Missouri 11 a.m. kickoffs for when good teams from the SEC come through Columbia and the SEC coincidentally schedules those games at 11 o'clock.
Well, why don't you guys file an appeal?
Well, class action.
Where we file an appeal.
A class action appeal against Greg Sankey and Infantino.
How about when the U.S. advances, then we start a whole campaign saying this is an abomination. This is we're going to ask for clarity. Yeah. We want to know. We want answers. Why is this game at 2 o'clock on a Friday?
They got South Korea in there probing about how they got knocked out of the tournament.
They're going to do a deep investigation.
Yeah, they're dealing with a lot. My apologies. Egypt plays Argentina. Switzerland plays Colombia.
And Argentina should get past Egypt. Never know.
Mohamed Salah.
Switzerland, Colombia. So you could have Argentina and England or Argentina and Norway in a semifinal.
Yeah, pretty sweet.
It's looking pretty sweet there. U.S. will meet France maybe in the semifinal.
They have to get through Portugal or Spain and Belgium. You know, tall task.
And then they face off with Messi at MetLife Stadium for the whole thing.
Yeah, or England in a rematch of 1776.
1776 rematch. You've been waiting for it. You got it. Yeah. 250 years later.
So if they were to play England, it'd be in the final.
Yes, that's the only path they would have to play.
250th anniversary,
and they would have Mel Gibson and the guy who's from Great Britain but played a Southerner who went to Duke in White Lotus.
Oh yeah,
who was
Jason Isaacs,
who his opponent in the Patriot, which you still have not seen.
Right, so we'd have an Australian and a British guy doing that. Okay,
that's correct.
That sounds about right. I like it. I'm on board. And now, of course, we played in East Rutherford, New Jersey, where I'm sure Mel Gibson's very popular.
You think they love him there?
Well, probably more than
New Jersey,
probably more than South Brooklyn.
So UEFA's not happy, and it seems like all of Europe is polling for Belgium tonight.
Fine by me.
And the Warson Woods Wacko said, "Hey, pay your part of NATO, and maybe we'll let you off the hook." It's all connected.
And the toughest thing about this is Flo Balogun, certainly born in America, an American player, but was raised most of his entire life in England. So people are complaining about this American advantage, but this like British guy is the one who's the highlight of it all.
I do feel bad for him. He handled it so well last week. Didn't pout at all.
No.
He just kind of said, in life you have lessons, you learn from them, move on. And now he is at the center of this controversy.
If America wins, and even if Balogun doesn't score, it'll still be talked about. Yeah, because when he's an X factor, he's a guy that you have to always worry about, and he can set up other guys, or other guys might be open because he's being covered heavily. So,
what was that national rating? You said highest ever was the Bosnia game. It was like 33 million or something. I mean,
highest ever.
Yes, soccer telecast.
I mean, with all of this talk, it's a Monday, it's summertime. God bless all the baseball teams that are playing. There's nothing else going on. Maybe talking like 40 million people around the U.S. watching this tonight.
God, with all of the
40
and all the drama,
yeah, I think I think I'm going over.
Yeah,
so I think I'm going over.
Set the over under a 44.
It's a Monday night.
Yeah, sit back and watch. Ooh,
44.5 would be a good number.
That's a big number.
Wow. It's a big number. It's a 11.
You're going
million.
on a material. You're going a 33% increase, Pappas.
Yeah. Yep. I think maybe a better number might be like 41.
We got back-to-back texts here saying go Belgium. Much of us are polling for Belgium as well. That's from Golden Richards fan. And then right above that, Trade Herrera says, I agree, go Belgium with the Belgian flag.
Okay. I'll be rooting for the United States of America.
And you want that on the record. And that's been called a heel turn?
I guess.
Are people rooting for Belgium just because they hate soccer or they hate this whole topic even?
I'd like to visit Bruges, but I wouldn't say that's going to make me start rooting for the Belgians. You know?
Well, tomorrow we'll call over there and get their take.
You ever seen the movie In Bruges? Colin Farrell?
I'm sorry?
The movie In Bruges?
In Bruges? No, I have not. Good or bad?
Movie? Great.
Wow.
Wow. Outstanding.
It's goodorbad.com. Getting passionate about it.
Move to Belgium, then!
That's from the 314.
Wouldn't mind. By the way, NFL playoffs last year averaged 37 million viewers, to give it context. NFL playoffs, just monster ratings.
Yeah, right.
I'm crowdsourcing, and I want it on the record. What did the World Series do last year?
World Series TV ratings.
I legitimately am curious.
I would say teens to 20, maybe. I mean, 16, 17.
The highest ever. You want just last year?
Last year, if you can.
Okay, you know what I can do is exactly that. Averaged about 15.4 million.
Yeah, wow. How about that?
Yeah. Game 7 had at its peak 26.8. Highest ever 44.2 in 1978. Maybe someone laid down the bunt.
Dodgers, Yankees.
Yeah.
What did I realize it didn't go 7, but what did the Knicks and Spurs do?
I thought it was in the 20s.
Wasn't it in the 20s?
I thought it was in the 20s. TV ratings for the Knicks and Spurs averaged 20.6 million across all 5 games.
All right. And what about the Hurricanes and VGK?
Hurricanes, and you're talking about Vegas Golden Knights when you say VGK. That averaged 5.2.
Does that feel good to say?
You know what? What's the point? Yes, it felt great to say. It felt great to say.
You feel liberated? You're out now?
4X. Yeah.
That the NBA 4X to the NHL, and you're celebrating that.
I am. You know what? I am.
This is the heel turn.
Yeah.
That Rams-Bears, remember that playoff game, divisional game, that crazy ending? They're chucking it down the field.
Yeah.
Rams. Outstanding game.
Yeah.
45 million. Dude, need to watch an NFL divisional playoff game.
If you live in the United States and you're actively rooting for Belgium, something tells me you're a generally unhappy person on a lot of message boards, owning multiple cats and wondering why you're still single. That's from Carlos Spicy Wiener. So if you're cheering for Belgium, you're active on message boards.
And you own cats.
And cats. And wondering why you're still single. That's what Carlos Spicy Wiener is handicapped for. Trade Herrera, and I can't recall who the other one was.
It might be a generalization, but you never know.
Any American rooting for Belgium should be deported until the World Cup is over. That's from Dave, and he's in O'Fallon.
Deported where? To Belgium?
It wouldn't really be punishment, would it?
First class ticket to Antwerp?
Just eating chocolate,
yeah,
hanging out.
Sounds pretty sweet.
Shrimply Pibbles, who may or may not be in Barcelona and sending in pictures of his wife, says, bunch of Benedict Arnolds in this listing audience. You're all fat and you're all sexless. That's from Shrimply Pibbles, who's getting frustrated with some of the audience members who are cheering for Belgium this evening. Of these people cheering for Belgium, they're absolute turds. If it's your country, great. If you're some loser that just wants to make a statement because of this weird FIFA ruling, you should try touching some grass or maybe a naked woman sometime, and that's from Beer Cats, not his coital hype man, his son, Little Beer Cats. So the support of the Belgium fans in the audience is not necessarily being reciprocated by others.
Now, this is dangerous. It's not a dangerous
take?
No.
Dangerous takes.
No, that's Paper's domain. This is a dangerous question. But I would enjoy it if the texters who told this show shared with the audience that they are rooting for Belgium. Can you please explain why?
Yeah.
I'm kind of like FIFA. I'm going to need a little clarity. Otherwise, I can't accept your answer.
Right.
And if they say, oh, well, my aunt is from there. Okay. But is it just because the U.S. was allowed this particular player's return? I would honestly, for those who are, and they're getting pounded by because of that, they're getting, the response is that they all need to be shipped out. Let us know why you are rooting for Belgium. I think that's a fair question.
I actually have to tell you, Martin, that one gets my synapses firing.
Aren't you kind of curious? Like, is it because, well, I hate that we're bullies and we forced them to give us our guy, or you just hate soccer in general?
Or you cheer? Yeah, there could be a wide variety of
want the
reasons.
U.S. out?
Right.
Tired of hearing about it? What? In all fairness, give us your response.
A Paper's Jamie Rivers is listening. I don't know if he enjoyed your celebration of the. But he wants to know on the World Series, does that include the amount of Canadian people who are watching the World Series last year?
And I don't.
No, I think those are American viewers.
Of course, they were taking on the Dodgers.
Right.
But when they become the 51st state, Rivs, we're good. Then it's all covered.
This is only going to intensify the radio wars going on between TMA and the Fast Lane, and they are intense.
Yeah, that was just. I'll find that out for Jamie.
I am rooting for Belgium because I am Belgiumese.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna say you're not from Belgium. If you say you're Belgiumese.
We have not heard anyway from the people who said they were rooting for Belgium, Martin, but I am intrigued by your question to see what the answer is.
I'm rooting for Belgium because I'm a dude who rides bicycles for fun and drink IPAs and have a man bun. I don't think that was an honest, sincere answer.
I like IPAs. Canada averaged 8.1 million viewers across the 7-game series.
So then you would pair that with?
I guess.
So it gets into the 20s.
Okay. Yeah.
That was a hell of a World Series.
Yeah. But then if you're like talking that with the NBA, like then are we adding in French viewership with Victor Wembanyama? I don't know.
I am rooting for Belgium in tonight's match because my great-grandparents emigrated from Belgium in the early 1900s. So there is an answer. Now, let's say the Republic, not the North, all due respect.
Right.
Let's say the Republic of Ireland were taking on the United States. And this is my personal thing. I wouldn't be pulling for Ireland. That doesn't mean this gentleman or lass is out of line, but that's
right.
I personally am. This actually gets into an importance thing for me that I am considering emotional risk management. We are in the emotional. Martin, I don't know if you've.
So you would wager on Belgium, therefore you win. If you lose, you're upset, but you made money.
Belgium to advance.
Correct.
Right. Because the last thing you'd want is Belgium money line on the 3-way and then goes to extra time. And
the 3-way?
Yeah. The Belgium to win in regulation to go to extra time, or U.S. to win, not the more popular MMF or the less popular MFF.
Correct.
Because that would be a bad beat, because if they go into extra time and then Belgium wins and advances, but you still don't get paid.
I thought the 3-way
double cross.
This show is confusing. I thought the 3-way was the freeway in Barcelona.
Is there a freeway?
Tripoli Pebbles.
A famous freeway?
Well, you call it Barcelona. I thought it'd be the 3-way.
Oh.
So the freeway.
Got it.
Sorry, I'm new.
That's a dad tweet verbalized right there.
Dad tweet verbalized. Is that worse than being a nostalgia merchant?
No, it's honestly in the same vein. It's a twig off the same branch.
So if I were to just wager covers extra time and penalties to qualify for the next round, the bet right now, United States is minus 126, Belgium's plus 104.
Yeah. So
if I were to bet, X number of dollars, I'm getting plus money if Belgium advances in any way.
Right.
Doesn't matter.
PKs doesn't matter. Yeah.
Because, the question then becomes how much is it worth it to you? And it's all relative. You're, for me, $1,000 is a huge amount of money. For you, I don't even know if you would.
It's an absolute drop in the bucket. A rounding error.
Rounding error.
But if I get $1,040 if Belgium advances, it's the same thing. I bet on Winnipeg. I was live betting Winnipeg during that Game 7.
Right.
And I don't know what the number wound up being. I think it was like $800 that I won when they won in overtime, and I was despondent.
Right.
Well, top of that, my wife threw the remote through the television, so I was upside down because of it.
Right.
But that's results oriented.
Right.
The process was proper on emotional risk management, so it wasn't worth enough.
Right. Well, then you could parlay those winnings into the Missouri Tigers win total over on the season, and now you're getting double paid.
Is that right? That's a lock? What is the total hasn't been released?
Yeah. See,
it's a great bet then. We don't even know what the hell we're betting.
Well, if it's 7.5, we're taking the over.
Is that right?
I think 7.5. It's a tough schedule.
There's a little different operation here for the extension club down there. This is big boy poker this year.
Yeah, well, north end zone.
Guys, I'm rooting for Belgium tonight because my great-grandparents immigrated from Belgium in the early 1900s. Okay, now that's reasonable.
I just read that.
Or did you?
You're on the Doug cone of silence.
I've done that plenty of times as well. All fairness.
That was the one that I read that was reasonable. Outside of the guy with the man bun drinking IPA.
Which wasn't real?
Well, we can't be sure.
Hey, Tim, somebody's great-grandparents immigrated.
Just read it in the text.
It does happen here because there's like a lot of conversation, and then there's reading and writing and note-taking and texting and Caruso badgering.
I would imagine Caruso badgering, absolutely. And I love that Barrett Jackman is on the right side of history, and he agrees. You were right there when I was talking, weren't you? He agrees that Caruso is out of line for not giving me my rematch.
Yep.
When will it happen, Mike? We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here on the program. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. We got Portugal, Spain earlier in the day today for the FIFA World Cup. And then tonight at 7, USA takes on Belgium in Seattle for the round of 16. Winner takes on the winner of Spain and Portugal. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's TMA 101 ESPN. Martin, look who's on your left.
That's not Doug Vaughn.
Nah, he's vacationing in the Hamptons. It's James Carlton.
Coach Carlton is here.
What's going on, James?
Good morning, everyone.
Always brings energy, always has some. He's like when Jay Leno and Jerry Seinfeld would go on Letterman. They always had something. They didn't just sit there. They brought something to the table.
I saw James on Saturday, and you said you actually were coming with, for lack of a better term, material.
Yes, a sketch and maybe a bit.
Sketches and bits.
Afterwards.
Sketches and bits. James, with Doug in the Hamptons, you're going to get a chance here to vote on the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. Here it is. Morning, gentlemen. I see there's a lot of confusion in understand. I just read what's in the prompter. I see there's a lot of confusion in understand soccer and the World Cup to the common American. So I've put together a guide to describe what's happening. Soccer is the obnoxious guy you went to high school with who did one semester abroad or got a degree from a small liberal arts school on the East Coast. He wears far too many cardigan sweaters and uses words like esoteric and magnanimous. Now, when you see him and drinks only dry gin or Pimm's cups, you really only keep them around to mock them. Imagine if instead of 115-pound marathon runners in the U.S. fielded a team with 200-pound position players like Taysom Hill or Christian McCaffrey. Let them bully these twinks from foreign lands and run I-formation attacks up the pitch. Anywho, go USA, and the Dutch are smelly, chocolate-loving, orange-wearing dorks. Cheers, and God bless America. That's from Mongo.
Wrong country.
So we're going after the Dutch?
Yeah. Wrong country.
That's over that way.
It's close enough, I guess.
Which one wears wooden shoes?
The Dutch.
Okay.
Edited. Morning, guys. Is there a local dating app we're all supposed to be using where every divorced white guy in town is matching with other weird white guys to start podcasts? My timeline is suddenly nothing but guys I've known for years, none of whom have ever been particularly funny, charming, or asked to speak twice, launching podcasts. Some are even doing podcasts about podcasts that they are not on, which feels like getting rejected by community theater and starting a review show in your broom closet. My buddy Harry's last relationship was with an online shopping app. And ended shortly after he asked if the delivery driver accepted Hubbard gifted Samantha Fish concert tickets as payment. And yet he has a podcast about relationships that comes out every week. Best I can tell, he writes down thoughts about other podcasts on loose Culver's receipts, mails them to a guy who does voiceover. That guy emails it to Rocchio, and Rocchio uploads it to YouTube under his own name. Best, that's from Mark Weatherby of Mark's Mulch and Bra Emporium. Yo quiero mulch and bra.
Was that the Taco Bell cat? Or no, the
I think that's,
dog?
I think that's confusing. I think Mulch and Bra had it first.
Yeah.
Yo quiero. What kind of dog?
Chihuahua.
Thank you. Thank you.
Dear Dossier, Doug was back at it with another list of brilliant ways for me to make money. Sell things you don't use, he counseled. Sell what? Everything I own was free, so it's not like it even cost me anything in the first place.
Right.
Half of my furniture came from curbs, vacant apartments, or situations where nobody asked too many
Chris
questions.
Kerber or an actual physical curb?
Probably the former.
Physical. Okay. If people wanted money for this stuff, they should have thought of that before leaving it unattended and giving me a silent nod. Meanwhile, he kept talking about hard work and initiative. I spent 2 hours explaining why every one of his ideas would never work. That's basically consulting, and somehow nobody pays for it. The system is clearly broken. Gotta run. My pet sparrow flew off with a butt plug off my mantle, and I'm worried he's going to post it on Facebook Marketplace. Toodles, that's the TMA Troubadour.
Feels rather ATMA adjacent.
Strobe program.
Belgium. I have had just about enough of your squawking. If you really want to do this, bring your country balance sheet to the Starbucks on Lindbergh and Clayton at 3:45 today, and we will settle this once and for all. Your chocolate is overrated, and your waffles may be delicious, but I can do with them. They are pretty heavy. You do your best, but it doesn't amount to much. So you are essentially Jackson's SPF 50. It's a losing cause. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Article 27, subsection 3, which deals with Iggy getting suckered into a fourth hour of work for the week he can skip if Tim is out. Shooter McGavin. And finally, America is 250. So I joined the bevy of Hollywood's elite and flew in to experience the best fireworks display in the nation at the Florissant Civic Center, a convenient few blocks away from Grandma's house. Unfortunately, some scary storms knocked out the grid. The show was canceled, and we had to scamper off to St. Chuck instead. What a blessing. I'll tell you what, when you cross that river and pass the casino, the Bass Pro Shop, and Cracker Barrel all in a quarter-mile span, you know you are amongst fellow patriots. And a small bit of research revealed that Charles, the city's namesake, is the patron saint of obesity. And that's a fact, so you guys can look it up. Happy birthday, America. Balogun's back. Europe can keep complaining, but what they failed to recognize is we are the main character of the world. That's from the poor film student, and that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. We will vote, and we will announce the winner at approximately 10:55. You are welcome to participate in the program by texting in, by calling in, or by opening up your YouTube app and typing TMASTL. And you can talk it over in the Form Energy YouTube chat. And we will talk about 100 West Dental and the magic that Dr. Brandon Pryor is doing on Manchester and Baldwin. Of course, he is Paper's dentist. He is my dentist. But now if you're dealing with sleep issues, he can help you out with that as well at 100westdental.com. If you are dealing with sleep apnea, what he does is he can treat it with custom oral appliances, which is an alternative to a CPAP. So no mask, no machine for the right candidates. And if you think you might have a sleep issue or you've already been diagnosed, they'll do a complimentary consultation to see if it's a fit. At least go get checked with Dr. Pryor on Manchester in Baldwin at 100 West Dental, because bad sleep catches up with you. You're not performing 100% at work if you're not sleeping right. At the gym, anywhere with your family, visit 100westdental.com to go see Dr. Brandon Pryor. James Carlton with his sketch/bit. Martin, he always comes in, like you said, and he has stuff.
I do have to head to onboarding, but I'm going to tune. I love a good sketch. I love a good bit.
James Carlton is going to have stuff for us coming up on the other side of the break. It's TMA 101 ESPN. TMA 101 ESPN show broadcast from the Stiefel Studios. Martin had to bolt for onboarding. So it's really just bringing back Balloon Party.
Yeah, we're back. Better than ever.
With James Carlton, who is in studio, and he's online at carltoninsurance.net. 314-961-4800 is how you can call him. He's my insurance agent. Now he's Jackson's insurance agent as well. It's carltoninsurance.net. And now, James, congratulations, 500 five-star reviews.
Well, thank you. Thank you so much.
On Google, and you're saving people money left and right. I don't know if I referenced this. I think it was off air. I said somebody named Screw You Margaret texted in to say that the Missouri win total was out. I hadn't seen it. It's 6.5. Papers, you were setting it at 7.5.
Yeah, so I feel good.
How do you feel about that number, James?
Well, yeah, or I guess you guys aren't following Cousin Shane on the Twitter tweets, but yes, he's really big on Missouri's total being over. Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm not following Cousin Shane on the Twitter tweets. But if you count Arkansas Pine Bluff, and you count Troy, and you count... I don't know where else you're just like counting guarantees.
Yeah, I'm a little bit of a flyer. But we don't know what these teams look like.
That's the issue. It's a different deal than 3 years ago when I was super high on their over in 2023. You knew what was coming back. I mean, you don't even know if Ahmad Hardy's playing. But at Kansas, I mean, I'd say Missouri is going to be a favorite. You would operate on that premise, but I don't consider that a lock.
Certainly not.
And I don't consider at Mississippi State a lock.
No.
But if Missouri's through September undefeated, well, then at that point, you got to be feeling really good because that means you've won at Kansas and at Mississippi State. Ask Arizona State about a trip to Starkville in September. And then you got a few home games against Florida and against A&M to open up October. At Ole Miss and then on Halloween in Fayetteville. And then you come home and it isn't particularly easy. Texas, at Georgia, at home against Kentucky, and at home against Oklahoma. 6.5 is listen, could be great, could be brutal. I have no idea. I just know the schedule on how it looks because you don't know what these teams are. This is a different situation than what it has been because usually you can look at it and go, okay, this is a win, this is a win, this is a likely win, this is a likely win. There aren't a lot of those out there. That's how I see it. How do you see it, James, as a big
Yeah, I mean, with a team that's returning 0 defensive starters, it would be impossible for me to be bullish on any over on win totals. I mean, I am optimistic about their offense. I think there's a lot of keys there that could be really exciting to watch. And Corey Batoon's been awesome on the defensive side of the ball. But, I mean, you're returning your entire or you're revamping your entire defense. That is tough in a very, very difficult 9-game SEC schedule. So, yeah, I would not touch that one. My one pick last year was the over in the Vandy total. I think it was 4.5.
Yes. And I mean, you were golden.
Yeah, that one covered by October, I'm pretty sure.
Sweat free. Yeah. Well played, sir. Yeah, big sample size. The guys who I know who actually do make money gambling, they are more of a long range play because it reduces variance.
Yep.
You still can get hit by injuries, of course, but it reduces variance. So it'll be season-long props. And then things such as win totals. James, you said when I saw you on Saturday that you had something for us. And I'm curious
this
what you
idea
have.
has been bouncing around,
Right.
and I love the TMA audience for 2 reasons. One, they're very creative, and 2, they'll shoot me straight. That text inbox has no guardrails. And Jackson and you are both big Curb Your Enthusiasm fans. So I had this idea for a Curb Your Enthusiasm episode, okay? So let's just workshop this, as the cat used to like to say. All right, so for those that don't listen, just real quick, Larry had a beef with this guy named Mocha Joe, which had a coffee shop. So Larry, to spite him, opened a spite store called Latte Larry's next door to try to, drive business away. And so here's the challenge right now. Latte Larry's is really struggling on the profit and loss statement. But the one thing that they can really mark up is this awful coffee cake. Even Jeff hates it. Like, that's how bad it is. Like, it's a disgusting coffee cake. He has all these younger employees that he's really trying to get to push this coffee cake, but they're crumbling because they don't like rejection. They don't like to get told no, and so they're just not pushing it, and they're quitting by the dozens. Even Leon's trying to coach him up, and it's not working, all right? So there's the stage. Now, Larry's driving home, and he's sitting at a red light, and he sees this panhandler, and he's going up to every single window, getting rejected after rejected after rejected. And he thinks to himself, this is my guy. This guy can handle rejection with the best of them. He's getting told left and right. So he brings him in, to sell his coffee cakes, to upsell because his younger employees don't like it.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, there's backlash. Remember, what do you always say? This when people react on Twitter.
Oh, there's outrage on Twitter.
There's outrage on Twitter.
Or you take to Twitter.
Because Larry is exploiting the homeless. And Larry's defense is, what are you talking about? I'm employing this guy that was on a corner a minute ago. I'm giving him health insurance and benefits. And this guy is just rocking and rolling because he can let no's just roll off. And he thinks he found something here where the greatest untapped sales force in America are the people on the corners that can handle rejection better than anybody.
Yeah.
And so he's going on like speaking circuits all of a sudden. And Larry's talking about this. Screw Ivy League business schools. What about Ivy League corners here? I mean, we have the greatest people that can handle rejection better than anybody right at our disposal.
I like that a lot.
I got to figure out, because Leon is my favorite part of the show, probably.
For sure.
I just love Leon. I got to figure out his role in it. And I think
recruiting other homeless guys.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah. There you go. He's got a business card as a panhandler. So that's the name of the episode, is the Panhandler. So what are your guys' thoughts on that?
I'm into it.
Papers says you ought to get this going on Movie Boy.
I'm into it. I love like the Twitter account that early in Twitter's history, like one of my favorites was like Modern Seinfeld, where it was like Seinfeld episodes if they were to happen now. And I think you could absolutely do that with Curb. And Larry just had his new show debut.
I haven't seen it yet. I haven't seen. Have you watched it?
I have. Doesn't. It's not that it's bad. It just doesn't scratch the itch. It doesn't scratch the itch.
Is it like Curb Your Enthusiasm?
Not at all. It's a sketch show about American history.
I think like one of the episodes, he's on the bus with Rosa Parks.
Yeah, it's a total sketch show, and some of the it's a lot of people who are in Curb as well.
Okay,
but it is. Like every time a Curb season was coming out, it was like, oh my God, the excitement was real. And then every time you'd watch it, it would scratch the itch by Larry David Itch. This one does not. Even though it is worth your time, I would say it doesn't scratch the itch.
Good or bad?
Oh, boy. It's tough. Comedy's tough.
I'm all in.
Comedy's tough.
Just shoved them right in the middle.
Comedy
you don't have anything here. Do the thing where you act like you can call.
I only do movies. Yeah. So that's my out. That's my out. Because I love Larry David. I think is one of the funniest people to ever live.
Oh, absolutely.
This, to me, it just doesn't scratch the itch. I'll say.
James, how will you be enjoying the festivities this evening?
I'll be watching in my house. I'll just be honest. I watched the first full soccer game in my life last week when they played
Bosnia.
Nice. Yeah, and it was very enjoyable. It was quicker than I expected. I always thought soccer was long and drawn out. No, I mean it was what?
Clock never stops. Clock never stops. So.
Yeah. Well, so that confused me a little bit.
Sure.
Because I wasn't sure when the game actually ends, and then they do like the +10 or whatever. Mm-hmm. So I'm learning like many Americans are. But I mean, every time I put it on, I watch a little bit of the Mexico-England one last night.
Oh,
I mean, those atmospheres
Argentina,
are insane.
Cabo Verde,
I didn't
Cape
see
Verde.
That. I read about that one. Yes.
God
awesome.
almighty.
That game was awesome.
I mean, there have just been. I mean, and that's not even getting into some of the other games that have. That taken place. You
Egypt,
just had
Australia.
a couple. That was an all-timer, but you would kind of like forget about it. Morocco, Netherlands, another one.
Yeah.
It's not like Brazil and Norway was bad.
No.
Just kind of, it was going to automatically be the opener for what was taking place at Azteca last night. And hell, I mean, we're sitting here talking about the United States and Belgium and all that's going on with Balogun. But at 2:00 today, you've got Spain against Portugal.
Yeah, I mean, it could be Cristiano Ronaldo's final World Cup game. But if they lose, it certainly will be. And yeah, it's all the time. And then it's like, as soon as this tomorrow, more games, is storyline after storyline, James. It's pretty great.
And so the place to watch is Amsterdam. Is that like the go-to soccer place in St.
Papers,
Louis?
have you ever enjoyed a soccer game at Amsterdam?
No. Weirdly, NCAA tournament action I've enjoyed at Amsterdam, and never soccer. But that is the like soccer bar.
Yeah.
I'd say World Cup wise, you get a lot. Like I'm sure Helen Fitzgerald will be
there.
Popping
You go.
out
Every sports
everywhere.
bar.
Right. And it's not like there's. Obviously, we have baseball, but there's not a ton to compete with in the middle of the summer. It's not like there's Stanley Cup playoffs are going on, or it's not like you're doing it in the fall where you have football to go up against. It's pretty much they got it to themselves.
That's true. So if you were like the people in England where they had to watch at 1 a.m. locally.
2 a.m. once it got pushed back.
It was delayed, and those pubs were open till 5 or 6.
Yeah.
What would be your play if Mizzou is in a quarterfinal in the CFP?
Watch it
at 1 a.m.
Watch it 1 a.m. Watch at home at 1 a.m.
I'm thinking I'd tape it.
Really?
And just try to go dark.
I couldn't.
I don't know. I don't know if
Wow.
I don't know if my biological clock, whatever you call that rhythm, if I can handle waking up in the middle of the night and being locked in, because college football is 3.5 hours.
But do you think you'd be able to fall asleep soundly knowing that Missouri is playing a
the first round of 2019 in the playoffs? A lot of those games were late. I tough those out, but not starting at 2 a.m.
Central Division always gets banged with the. They'll start at 8:30, but then it's like 8:47.
Yeah.
So yes, in the first round, when they're on the road, I go to bed.
Yeah, that's right.
For like the first 4 games. But then I wake up even earlier and then I watch it, but I do go dark. Don't look at my phone, and so I can watch it and then see everything. Because if you're just going through like highlights, you don't catch some of the context.
Absolutely.
You're not going to show every element of the whole thing. James Carlton of the Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency, 314-961-4800. James, we always appreciate the time, sir.
Thank you, guys. Hopefully there's not as much controversy with my email of the day vote as there is.
Yeah, you get to vote today. Yeah. James Carlton, online at carltoninsurance.net. Thank you, James. We'll take a break, come back with more TMA 101 ESPN.
It's true, good things come to those who wait. At Stifel, great things come from knowing when to act. More than 135 years now, Stifel has been helping individuals, families, and business owners make thoughtful financial decisions. Founded in St. Louis way back in 1890, Stifel combines deep local roots with national capabilities. Stifel delivers it all, fully integrated solutions designed for complex financial lives, whether you're growing, preserving, or transitioning your wealth. That long-term mindset is why Stifel proudly supports long-running programs like this one right here, TMA. Success is all about timing, knowing when the moment is actually the moment. Investing, banking, and advising. Stifel, where success meets success. Stifel Nicholas and Company Incorporated, member SIPC and NYSE.
Oh, my. Will they be playing this tonight at about 9:15 in Seattle? TMA 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Little Jackie Papers, and Doug vacationing in the Hamptons. Martin headed to onboarding. Chairman Kurt with you here on the presentation. And the president has just spoken regarding what has been the topic. And in the world of sport, it's not the United States. It's not a sport. It is around the world, this topic regarding the Flo Balogun suspension of his suspension. In the United States, for the most part, it is being met with approval. Everywhere else, it is not. And so just within the hour, the president has spoken on this. Papers, you have the audio.
I do.
All right, here you go.
So I saw the play, and I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete. And I understand sports really well, really well. And that wasn't a foul. He didn't do anything wrong. And he's our best player or one of our best players, a very vital player. And he gave him a red card. I didn't know what that meant. I didn't think it meant much. Then I started hearing that means he can't play in the next game, at least in the next game. I said, boy, that's a big, if it happened to another player, it would have been unfair. But when they take your best player, or just about, they have some great players, and they say you can't play, that's very unfair. And I think it's a terrible, if they wouldn't allow, a top player, maybe the best, maybe among the best players on the team, to play, I think it would have had a big stain. And you want to see a game with your best players. You don't want to say, how would you feel if I took, we take Messi out? He ran into somebody. Or we took Ronaldo, you bunked into somebody, we're going to take you out of a game. He's great. Or Harry Kane, we're going to take you out of the game, Harry, because you happen to hit somebody a little bit harder than you can't do that. If you would have taken him out, I think it would have really stained this incredible champion. We got to have our best players, and Belgium's got a great team, by the way. We got to have our best players, and they have to have their best. And if we win or we lose, it's fair. Otherwise, let's say we lost him and we lose the game. It would be a terrible thing. So I think they made a really brilliant decision. I think the referee's call was horrible.
There it is. That is the president speaking here just within the last hour. For the record, for those of you joining just now, a lot has been taking place overnight and throughout the course of the morning. Belgium has attempted to appeal the suspension of Balogun. However, when they contacted FIFA to ask for an explanation as to why he was being allowed to play, FIFA said that counted as their appeal, and since they did not give a reason for the appeal, that denied their appeal. And so now Belgium is no longer allowed to appeal. So as you can imagine, Belgium is losing their mind regarding what has taken place. And the Royal Belgian Football Association has issued a statement detailing what they were attempting to do and saying that the only choice they have now is to challenge the players' eligibility for the match. UEFA, representing the European Football Association, has issued a statement this morning. Yesterday's decision to suspend for a probationary period of a year the implementation of the one-match automatic suspension following the red card issued to the player. Balogun crossed a red line. Football, like any other sport, relies on rules, which are the basis for fair, honest, and transparent competition. Sometimes rules are open to interpretation. In this case, not. A minimum automatic suspension of one match following a red card is not a discretionary option and does not require the decision of a competent body to be enacted. It is a principle embedded in regulations which cannot be made subject to exceptions, let alone in the middle of a tournament where several other players have been in the same situation and regularly served their suspension. When the certainty of rules is no longer guaranteed by its guardians, the integrity of the game is at stake and the credibility of a competition is undermined. We express our disbelief at such an unprecedented, incomprehensible, and unjustifiable decision. UEFA said now that FIFA has crossed a red line. So, what takes place between now and the game getting underway at 7 p.m. in Seattle is Belgium continues to protest Balogun's eligibility, and you just heard from the President of the United States with regard to his involvement in the suspension. Your thoughts are welcome at 314-399-9646. You are also welcome to call in the Callier and Thompson phone lines at 314-974-0101. And, of course, you can talk it over in the TMA STL YouTube channel, which is brought to you by Form Energy. It is changing with regard to the details moment by moment. We woke up this morning doing the show, and The Athletic had a story that both the United States and Belgium had to submit their reasons for the appeal to FIFA, who would then have a non-UEFA, non-CONCACAF judge make a decision. They had to do that by 5 a.m. Pacific, so this took place overnight. And then Belgium was told that because they just asked for an explanation, that therefore that counted as their appeal by FIFA, and FIFA said they didn't fill out any reasons, and so that denies their appeal.
Yeah, that's probably my favorite part of this, is that Belgium's getting little brothered by FIFA, where it's like, no, what that right there, you asking is you appealing, so no takesy backsies, you got to appeal now. And Belgium, okay, but so no explanation. I guess we are now appealing, and then some guy who's, I guess, not from North America nor from Europe will be tasked with reviewing this. The whole process is weird. And then again, it's not like this game's taking place tomorrow, Wednesday. It's taking place tonight.
That's right.
Flo Balogun, as of now, is under the impression that he is going to play. That could change at a moment's notice. So somehow, some way, someone's getting screwed. That's the thing that I guess rubs me the wrong way about it. Obviously happy with the decision because I think it's the right decision, but the timing of it coming out yesterday that Flo Balogun would be available to play, it feels like that could have come out Friday.
I wonder about that part, yeah.
Saturday.
I wonder why, when it took place on Wednesday night,
right,
why it wasn't until yesterday. Because I will say one of the things that I think that even those who are very happy with the decision, because they didn't think it should have been a red card, are saying is, okay, well, from a coaching standpoint, you prepare for one thing, and now you have something different 4 days after the fact. With regard to reaction, we played this clip in the 7 o'clock hour. This is the reaction. We'll get two different ones. Papers, you can go with the European one or Landon Donovan. Take your pick. Let's go with both of them. What are you going to go with here?
All right, Landon Donovan talking about the decision to reverse his match ban.
It's not for me to judge whether I like it or don't like it. Obviously, in this case, I love it. In the end, they got the decision right. Flo should have never been sent off. You never want to send off a player, especially when they have a chance to play in a round of 16 in their home country. So in the end, they got it right. You don't have to like it. You cannot say it's unprecedented because this has happened before. Go search Cristiano Ronaldo's red card in qualifying before the World Cup, and you'll see. So the great news is Flo is back. I think justice was done, and let's go. Can't wait for tomorrow.
So there's Landon Donovan, and then this came from ITV.
Yeah, Roy Keane, Gary Neville, and Ian Wright.
So they've not overturned the red card, but they've suspended the ban. And the problem is because it's a USA player, in a vacuum, Roy, speculation grows. That's the reality of this situation.
Yes, it seems unfair because it is unfair.
On Belgium?
Yeah, of course, yeah. Obviously, we've got to look at the opposition team in terms of their preparation, and it seems like a bit of a pals act, shall we say, going on.
Yeah, because Belgium have been planning for the last 4 days to play against a certain American attack, and now it's completely different.
Mark, it absolutely stinks, let's be really clear. But what I would say is the thing that stinks the most is there should be a review process in place, because I actually didn't think it was a red card, and I think there should be a process which allows it to be overturned. But if there's no process for it to be overturned, and then somehow FIFA from nowhere have just decided to basically let a player play, and the rules are the same for everybody, I would be absolutely raging if I was Belgium and every other team in the tournament that's had a player sent off that might think it's a little bit hard done to. And do you know something, Mark? Are we surprised? No. Not with this lot.
No. You look at it. Well, the suspensions are meant to be served during a tournament. You know what I mean? And this one, like, it's being suspended. It doesn't normally happen. But we're talking about integrity. People talking about transparency. But you look at some of the things that's happened in this tournament with certain teams. You know, it's shameful how things can happen, especially it's an American player. Whether he's guilty of what he's done, whether we think he shouldn't have got it or not, some of the things that's happened in this World Cup have been shameful.
What do you think they're talking about with other things that have happened in the World Cup that have been shameful?
There's been some talk about Iran and their treatment and how they had to travel and the issues they had with their visas. I know South Korea is probing some certain things.
What with South Korea?
I don't know on that one. That one I don't know as much about. I know about the Iran one and the complaints that they were talking about after their loss in the group stage.
So if you're talking about Iranian, is the insinuation that is the U.S. government penalizing
that would
Iran?
I would I imagine.
And I realize you said you don't know on South Korea, so this isn't fair. But and therefore I'm assuming you don't know the answer to this. But then I just am, having a conversation. I go, well, then what would the U.S.'s issue with South Korea?
Right, I have no idea.
To be involved. If that is the insinuation,
I don't even know if that's what South Korea might be more upset with FIFA than they are the U.S.
Okay, with the insinuation there, specific to what has taken place on this. The President Trump press conference this morning is of note because this whole story was not acknowledged by FIFA. The Royal Belgian Football Association has noted this morning with its statement the following: after learning through media reports of FIFA's decision to lift the automatic suspension of player Balogun, the RBFA sent a letter to FIFA requesting a copy of the decision, an explanation of the process that had been followed, and setting out its position regarding the applicable regulations. As its only response, FIFA sent a letter to the RBFA stating that it considered this correspondence to constitute an appeal, that a judge had been appointed, and that the RBFA had only a few hours to complete that appeal. No information whatsoever was provided by FIFA. So FIFA did not tell Belgium that Balogun was playing. They only learned about it from Ben Jacobs' reports. Mm-hmm. And so this statement by President Trump this morning confirmed Ben Jacobs' reporting, but had Ben Jacobs not reported it, Belgium would not have been aware that Balogun was playing.
Right. And again, you're expecting...
How is this all working out for everyone?
Right. Any sort of competency, or what Belgium was essentially asking there was like, show us your work. Like, how did you arrive at this reversal? Is there precedent?
Because we just heard about it on Twitter.
Right. Like, can you give us any sort of information? And instead of that, because... And again, this is just speculation. FIFA had none of that. They had none of that work to be shown. They're like, okay, so you are now appealing it, and you have a couple of hours to formally appeal. But don't worry, you already appealed, but you still have this deadline. And the game's in 12 hours. So best of luck. Do that. But we will not be showing any of our work as to how we arrived at that. So if you are a Belgium fan, I would be understanding of your complaints, just in a vacuum of how this process all happened. Because I think we're all under the impression, or at least us as American fans, are like, Flo Balogun should absolutely be playing. He shouldn't have gotten a red card. And even if he did, he shouldn't get a match suspension from it. So we got to the right place. However, how we got there was slippery at best.
How badass would it be if the U.S. sits Balogun to appease the Belgians and the rest of the world and still whoops their ass tonight? USA all day. That's from the 314. Papers, what would you think of that?
That would be cool, but I don't think that's going to happen. I think Balogun is going to play. I still think America can win, and if he plays, I think their chances of winning go up exponentially, especially considering the replacements that would likely be in there. But I think it'll be badass either way. And again, like, who cares? Like, if the U.S. is to make a serious run, whatever it might be, in this, I can promise you in a couple of years, people will not be thinking of the Flo Balogun red card thing.
Hold on a second. What did you say right there?
I say if America is to go on a serious run, like if they were to win this game and then likely play Spain on Friday, win that game, go up against France, maybe it's like a barn burner, if they somehow go on to the final, I don't think people in years to come will be like, well, what about the Balogun decision? I don't think.
I disagree with you 100% on
Okay.
that.
All right.
In a major way. They won't in the United States, but this will be the Don Denkinger call of soccer.
Sure. I think that it would happen.
It'll be the hand of God.
Right. But
40 years later.
But Maradona is still regarded as one of the greatest players of all time, and Argentina is
by Argentinians, but they don't forget about the hand of God. I'm just telling you. I mean,
in England, they certainly don't.
But I mean, it was talked about last night when they were killing the delay on Fox. They had a story on it. So yeah, I mean, I talked about this last week with regard to that red card specifically, and then all of a sudden the U.S. is down to 10 players.
Right.
And the Bosnian gentleman, I believe his name was Armand, who called into the show and, clearly very proud American, but referenced his upbringing in Bosnia and the significance of the game. And all I was thinking throughout that, I'm like, man, if Bosnia were to win this game, and it would mean so much to the Bosnians from this standpoint here in the U.S., and now they are American citizens, be like, what a shame, because their win would be viewed as tainted.
Right.
Because of what was a BS call.
Sure.
So while many are still, including you heard the Europeans on that show, saying that whether the call was right or not is immaterial, it's the process and what surrounds the process that is making it be called into question, and, quote, nothing surprises us with this lot. Take that to mean whatever you think it may mean. I take it to mean a criticism of the American operation specifically, that it then would taint what otherwise would be one of the greatest victories in United sports history. As hyperbolic, Mike Greenberg, as that might sound, if the United States were to win the World Cup, which of course is still highly, highly unlikely. But yes, I think that in the U.S. they would. It's the same attitude right now. But in fairness to what you observed, I said, okay, just for the purpose of the conversation, if this game were being held in Brussels tonight, and if, take your pick of whomever it would be, had a red card on Belgium, and that was overturned 24 hours out from the game, how would you feel? And you said, well, I'd be complaining. Right. So it's not like you're trying to move it around.
No, I think Belgium's right in their complaint. Right. I think they're absolutely right in their complaint, only because of the process that got us there. I think that if America was to make a serious run as the host country, some sort of stain over it would have been inevitable anyway. Now, that's purely hypothetical and might not be fair to the conversation here, because this actually happens.
I would agree with that, but now you actually have something.
Right.
And you have the president at a press conference discussing his involvement.
Right.
And
unapologetically.
Correct. So that is what it's like I said, every hour there is something new with the story. I woke up this morning going, okay, Balogun's playing. And then I read The Athletic this morning and it's like, no, he might not be, because Belgium and the United States have to get something to FIFA. Oh, when do they have to get that done? By 3 this afternoon? No, 5 this morning.
Yeah.
And I'm reading the story at 5 this morning Pacific, by the way. So, I'm reading the story at 3 Pacific this morning.
Yeah, I think even the most red-blooded, Star-Spangled Banner waving American would agree that the process here that we have arrived at is sketchy. But ultimately, like Landon Donovan said, justice was served. This is the right decision. It's just how they got there is pretty nasty.
You are welcome to give your thoughts at 314-399-9646. You're also welcome to talk it over in the Forum Energy YouTube chat. 256 friends are in there, including Dr. Xander Malanthrop, Iggy's Prison Window Hand, STL Chris, Walrus King, and Jessica Joe. Is a new friend, it looks like, in there. You can talk it over as well. It's the TMA STL YouTube channel. The program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Michael's Baths is a sponsor. You have heard Martin Kilcoyne talking about the work they did at his home, and how the before and after pictures look is something that Jackson and I can speak to firsthand. It is incredible, the work that Michael's Baths has done. At Michael's Baths, they take elevated bathroom spaces that blend luxury, comfort,
and create them all tailored to the way you live, from sleek tub to bathroom conversions to full high-end bathroom remodels. It's Michael's Baths. They install premium products, and with 30 years of experience, all 5-star reviews, and an A+ rating with the Better Business Bureau and VA recommended, Michael's Baths delivers craftsmanship you can trust without gimmicks or high-pressure sales. This isn't a temporary fix or a quick cover-up. It's a complete transformation built to last and built to add value to your home. At michaelsbaths.com or call 636-775-0800 and ask about financing options, including 0% interest upon approval. Michael's Baths, family-owned, insured, and where everyday bathrooms become something exceptional. Take a break. Come back with more TMA 101 ESPN. On the biggest stage in the world, FanDuel is changing the game because sometimes your player gets subbed off and your bet goes with them. Well, not anymore with FanDuel Super Sub. If your player is subbed out, your bet stays in. That's right. If your player leaves the match, your bet continues on with the substitute. So you're still in it until the final whistle. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now, and Jackie Papers has a play.
Yep, we're rolling with it. Both teams to score in the Portugal-Spain match, both teams to score in the U.S. versus Belgium match. You parlay that together with the 30% profit boost, courtesy of our friends at FanDuel, plus 173.
There it is. FanDuel giving you the opportunity. Visit FanDuel.com/local to get started now. Let there be goals this summer on FanDuel. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
When it comes to heating and cooling, trust the name that's been around longer than all of us. That's Design Air Heating and Cooling. They've been proudly serving the St. Louis area since 1904. It's more than a century of keeping homes comfortable and customers happy. Not just another HVAC company. They are also the longest-running sponsor on TMA, and that loyalty says a lot to us. At the helm, Seth Goldcamp, a name you can trust, leading a team that truly values integrity. At Design Air, they believe in honest work. You're never going to be sold something that you don't need. So whether you're dealing with the St. Louis summer heat or the cold, they've got your back with dependable service and no-pressure solutions. Visit DesignAirService.com. Schedule your service today. Design Air, comfort you can count on since 1904, and as always, home of the handsome repairman.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Cardinals Brewers tonight, 6:45 p.m. first pitch. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
Mark from Mark's Mulch and Brawl wins the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today. VIP Auto Accessories sponsored the drops of the week here on TMA. Go to VIP. They take care of everything. They're a one-stop shop. That's Tommy Cebulka and Brian Grigg. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Cebulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and let him know that TMA sent you at VIPAutoAccessories.com. That's where I went to get my windows tinted a couple months ago. And man, with the temperatures as hot as it has been a game changer to have tinted windows for my family. It cools things down substantially. VIP Auto Accessories has great installers who care and take pride in their work. You can experience it firsthand at VIPAutoAccessories.com. They've been in business in the St. Louis area since 1979. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Cebulka. And for all your aftermarket vehicle accessories needs, ask for Brian Grigg and tell him TMA sent you. VIPAutoAccessories.com. Time for us to go. Bye.